And of course, this afternoon, President William Ruto will be addressing a joint sitting at the National Assembly, both the National Assembly and the Senate as well. And during these times when Kenyans are complaining about food prices and of course corruption, new corruption scandals, we'll be taking a look at what you are saying on the ground and what are your expectations on what he should be addressing. I am Nancy Nelima. Welcome to the program.
Na asante sana Nancy Nelima. So dakta kabisa mtazamaji, leo ikiwa ni tarehe 9 ambapo Rais William Ruto anatarajiwa kuwa na kikao na mabunge yote mawili, yani bunge la Seneti na bunge la kitaifa. Anatarajiwa kutoa hotuba kwa taifa, yani jinsi utendakazi wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza jinsi imekuwa. Hii ni kulingana na katiba ya Kenya kipengee cha 132 ambapo rais aliye mamlakani utarajiwa kutoa hotuba ya kitaifa kupitia mabunge yote mawili, hayo bunge la Seneti na bunge la kitaifa.
Right, and now that we have all that in, we're going to be taking a look at what you are saying on the streets. Let's take a look.
From the studio, it is exactly 1.5 years down the line since the Kenya Kwanza government took office with a series of promises, including the 50 billion Asla Fund and removal of tax of the cooking gases and many more. For the second time, President Ruto will be addressing the nation today in Parliament. Meanwhile, we'll took to the streets to get to understand what Kenyans feel about how the Kenya Kwanza government has performed so far.
Hakuna kitu atituongeza kama si wafanyikazi. Lakini sasa tax yeye anaendelea kuongeza. So whereby ile mshahara tunapewa hata kama ni 10,000 hakuna kitu umeongezwa kulingana na yeye, but tax yake anaendelea kuweka juu. So inakuwa kama alikuwa analipwa 10,000, mshahara imerudi chini kwa tax yake. Unapata mtu anapata kama 6.
Kevin utakuwa usukani kutoka kwa President Uhuru, uchumi ilikuwa bado ilikuwa mbaya. Hata sasa amengangana. Amefikisha naona tukielekea pazuri.
Vile mambo inaenda, heri tu rais kama ni kupunguza mafuta apunguze, kama ni kupandisha apandishe mara moja. Na bado Wakenya wanaumia. Maisha imekuwa ngumu. Hata kuleta chakula kwa meza ni shida.
But vitu zenye anaongeanga zote mimi naona hatuna uongo. Mimi naona mwelimisha aongee tu vitu za ukweli. Juu sisi hadi wenyewe tumechoka uongo, unaona? At least akiongea kitu ya ukweli atatupatia roho, lakini vitu zake mingi tumechukua ni uongo. Kutoka hata ya kuwa rais hakuna kitu nyame tusaidia.
Lele upande wa uchumi juu watu wanahangaika. Kenya imeelekea mahali babaya. Watu wanahangaika, hata tunatafuta kazi hatupati.
Maisha imepanda, tuko na shida, hata wengine hatukuli. Hata nyumba kulipa imekuwa shida, hata watoto school fees imekuwa shida. Turudishie maisha irudi chini.
And those are some of the views from patriotic Kenyans about how they feel the Kenya Kwanza government has performed, with many expecting better times ahead. John Matava, Lookuptv.
Right, thank you so much, John Matava. Right there on the streets of Nairobi, just taking a few views from Kenyans. And as you've heard, Ruga, most Kenyans are complaining of the high cost of living. This is the most common word of the day, high cost of living.
Na pia ongezeko la vitambulisho. Kama unataka sasa ku replace your ID, you'll have now, it will cost you 1,000 shillings. Pia Mevin Getembe amekuwa amekuwa nyanjani akitagusana na Wakenya kadha wa kadha. Pia tumsikize alichokipata.
Ya Ruto hii leo wakiwa na matumaini makuu kuwa ataangazia masuala muhimu ambayo yanamwadhiri Mkenya wa kawaida. Ni mambo mengi tu yameweza kutokea tangu Rais William Ruto na serikali yake ya Kenya Kwanza kuchukua usukani. Serikali hiyo ambayo kwa sasa inaongozwa na William Ruto na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua, wa Kenya wakiwa na matumaini makuu kuwa rais ataangazia masuala ambayo ni muhimu na ya wanaadhiri moja kwa moja. Hii leo tunakuuliza wewe kama Mkenya, je, unatarajia rais atazungumzia nini kwenye hotuba yake?
I think anaenda kwa address mambo ya mafuta. Angalie venye maisha inaendelea, cause watu wanaumia. Yeah, according to me watu wanaumia. And then mambo ya corruption in government. Unaona vitu kama zile za Kawira, kila mtu anapush saidi yake, anajitakia makuu. So I think ataongea mambo ya maisha. Najua kila mtu ataambiwa, ukiuliza kila mtu utaambiwa tu maisha iko juu, maisha iko juu, maisha iko juu. So
atuongelea tu venye amekuwa na rais wa nini, hiyo ndio sijui king nani huyo, na vitu za anajaribu kupunguza mafuta, kitu kama hiyo. But vitu zenye anaongeanga zote mimi naona hatuna uongo. Mimi naona mwelimisha aongee tu vitu za ukweli, juu sisi hadi wenyewe tumechoka uongo, unaona. At least akiongea kitu ya ukweli atatupatia roho, lakini vitu zake mingi tumechukua ni uongo. Kutoka hata ya kuwa rais hakuna kitu yenye ametusaidia. Hiyo tu. Ya vitu mingi zenye amesema, unaona, yeye amekuwa rais, kutoka kwa rais mimi nimechukua pikipiki, lakini naona hata siwezi chukua ingine juu hii venye life inaenda sahihi na venye ilikuanga kuna
Infinity Industrial Park is one of the largest private industrial parks located along Eastern Bypass, Nairobi, which provides modern infrastructure for smooth operations for industries and business enterprises. Infinity Industrial Park offers world-class amenities and facilities with wide roads, a police station, a power substation, fire station, public transport stage, hospital, and shopping mall. In addition, Infinity Industrial Park also offers CCTV cameras, 24-hour private armed security patrol, sewer, water, fiber optic cable, and 3-phase power connection, added to public utility, canteen, and dining areas. Sail on the golden opportunity to invest in Infinity Industrial Park fully serviced warehouses at a special price of 3,569 Kenyan shillings per square foot. For more inquiries, Visit our website infinityindustrialpark.com.
Looking for an office space? 4th Avenue Towers is a professionally designed 25-story executive office that is conveniently located at the heart of the Medical and Legal Services Square within community area. The office is easily accessible from both Valley Road and Ngong Road. Professionals and business people now have the opportunity to own a premium piece of office space, the optimum choice for the modern professional. Key utilities include 24-hour security with CCTV surveillance, high-speed internet access, ample and secure parking, high-speed elevators, power backup generator, open rooftop and a restaurant. 4th Avenue, an amazing product of Fusion Capital. Fusion Capital, rooted in the African growth story.
I&M is a bank that has been in the industry for now 50 years. We're celebrating our 50 years anniversary next year, and part of it was making sure that we're able to give our customers a range of products that are within the market. And so we had those Homes and Garden Expo, and we said we would like also to help our customers acquire units, houses, and also get mortgage products so that they can better their lives. So that we are able to also give the ordinary mwananchi, the Kenyan, an opportunity to own a home as part of their government agenda on both affordable housing and the housing industry. So we have quite a number of products within the market. I'll start with the first one, which is a straight purchase. This is whereby a customer is able to identify a unit that is ready-made, and he pays the developer 10% and we finance the 90% over a very long period of time, depending on the customer's ability to pay. Then we have another product called the remortgage. Remortgage is whereby a customer buys, we are able to buy a customer's mortgage from a different bank, move it to I&M, spread it over a period of time at a very good rate. We are currently running a better rate than most banks, so customers are running to us. So if there are any customers who are interested, please reach out, because we don't want to give you the rate because everybody will run in. So reach out there, we'll tell you how much it will cost you and how long we can spread it to the repayment. Then we have foreign currency mortgages. These are mortgages that are basically for customers who basically are in diaspora, or even if they're in Kenya, they are paid in foreign currency. The products are US dollar and euro. So if you're paid in euro or US dollar, we're able to give you a facility, spread it up to 10 years, up to the end of the mortgage loan. Yes. I think the other two products that we have are equity release. This is whereby you as an individual own a property and you'd like to get some top up from that particular mortgage. So we charge your property to I&M and give you a top up of up to 70 to 80% of the value of the house. So e.g., if the house is 10 million, we will basically give you roughly 7 to 8 million, depending on your ability to repay, and spread it over a period of between 10 and 15 years. So you're able to use that money to buy another property or renovate the one you are with, or buy a piece of land and build. So we do not ask you much what you do with that money. The issue is that you make sure that every month you pay I&M the premiums for the stipulated period that you've taken the mortgage. Then the last one, which is very lucrative to Kenyans, is a construction loan. So we have customers who own pieces of land in Lolongo, Kiambu, Kajiado, and they've always been wondering, where can I basically get financing to build my dream house? So visit us as INM, we're able to give you a construction loan up to a maximum of 20 years, depending on the ability to pay. So we finance you 80% of the construction cost, and then you are able to also look for the 20%, but we finance the 80%. During the process, we don't give you the full amount. We give you in tranches, and we're able to monitor your progress, make sure your contractor is using the right products, because at I&M we care about our customers. We don't want them to live in substandard houses. So we want to make sure the house they build is a house for prosperity, and in case they like to sell it in future, it fetches the right amount of money. Our intention is to make sure that Kenyans live in decent houses. Kenyans will leave good inheritance to their kids and their future children.
My name is John Mudama. I am a property consultant with Lookuptv, and I cover the local market and the diaspora clients. Yes.
That's outside Kenya.
Yes, that is the Europe, US, and the African market as a whole.
Wow.
Yes.
Fantastic.
My name is Nicole Mukami. I'm a property relationship manager with Lookuptv. I serve at the global office in Karen. Basically, a property relationship manager takes you through the process from when you identify the project you want up until you get your title deeds. Lookuptv is a real estate firm. We deal with value-added property. We do not sell plots at any point. We offer the market value-added property. We have been in the market space for 23 years and still counting, and we always deliver on our promises. We do sell property, but the way I put it is what is different. We offer value-added property because we never ever sell bare plots. We always add value to that property. So value could be water, electricity, roads, security, walls, and things like that.
The diaspora market is the best market we've ever had, so far so good, because as we speak today, we have our team in UK, and we also have another team in the US. We've been able to cover a lot of the states in the US, that is Kent, Tacoma, Seattle, and Missouri, and of course UK and the African markets. So as we speak, there will be a team that will be going to Arusha later this week. And then we've been able to cover Zambia. We've covered 2 states in Congo, that is Lubumbashi and Kinshasa. Then we've also gone to Nigeria and back to the country. We sent a representative to Ghana and also back to the country.
So we have a wide range of property all over the country. We have something for those people who want something near Nairobi. We have that. We have something even in Nairobi itself. We have something in Kajiado County, Mombasa County. We are actually, on that note, just launching a new project very soon, though it's already up on our website and on our socials and everywhere. It's called Joy Lovers Club in Malindi. So it's a very, very posh property. Like I said, we are offering value. It's definitely value for your money. We are putting up value additions like a stone perimeter wall, which is already there actually. We are going to put up a magnificent and a very beautiful gate for security. We're going to have caretakers on site. We're going to have a professional security firm on site, such that even if you're coming there, you've bought your property and you want to build, there are people who are taking care of your property materials while you're in the process of building. Yes, we are going to do water on each and every plot. So water will be on site and the pipes will pass each and every plot. We're going to do electricity. We even do solar street lighting on our projects. Yes, so it's half an acre of a plot going from 14 million and above. And it's a very, very small and intimate project, you know, a very posh project within Malindi town. Only 3 kilometers from Malindi town. Yes, so we are currently accepting registrations for those who are interested, and you'll definitely get a discount for those who register first.
My name is Timothy Itaru. I work for I&M Bank. I oversee a product called asset-based finance and insurance premium finance. Basically, these are products which are very tailor-made to enable customers ease their cash flows when they are either acquiring mobile assets or when they are actually financing their premiums. That is insurance premiums. Yeah. Well, the environment and the expo here has been quite exciting. We are very happy to be here. and we also get the opportunity to showcase the very exciting full basket of financial solution in the form of banking products that we have at I&M Bank. We have a very vibrant desk at this expo, and of course we'll be looking forward to meeting more of our customers and engage on what the requirements would be. On the motor vehicle, this has got to do more with the partnerships that we've been running across the market. We have very reliable partners in the way of motor vehicle dealers, and this one particular piece of nice asset is here just to demonstrate the viability of the partnerships that we have. So this vehicle here, for instance, can be financed to a customer at 100% finance over a stretched repayment period over 72 months. Yeah. Of course, at very friendly interest charge. All forms of movable assets, of course, the condition is that they have to be movable and they have to be identifiable through a serial number or a registration number. Of course, the motor vehicle will fall into that category since it has a number plate which shows the registration number. And as far as the asset finance product is concerned, we always like showcasing this to our customers because there are clear advantages of using asset finance as a very viable form of asset acquisition. One of them, of course, is that the asset is self-securing. When we give you a loan to acquire an asset, we don't really require additional collateral for that particular loan. Of course, what you can call the comparative costs of transacting and asset finance is way lower than other forms of tangibly secured facilities such as term loans and all that. So we definitely would be offering some cost saving to our customers as they acquire their assets. Of course, again, to businesses, there are advantages around taking asset finance. There's something called capital allowances and of course taxable, tax deductible expenses for businesses. So in this case, if for instance you have assets that are acquired within a business, you are allowed to claim what we call capital allowances against your taxable income. So is the interest charge. The interest is actually a tax deductible expense from your profit before tax. So businesses would actually benefit from having these assets acquired through asset finance within their businesses.
I&M is a bank that has been in the industry for now 50 years. We're celebrating our 50 years anniversary next year, and part of it was making sure that we're able to give our customers a range of products that are within the market. And so we had those Homes and Garden Expo, and we said we would like also to help our customers acquire units, houses, and also get mortgage products so that they can better their lives. So that we are able to also give the ordinary mwananchi, the Kenyan, an opportunity to own a home as part of their government agenda on both affordable housing and the housing industry. So we have quite a number of products within the market. I'll start with the first one, which is a straight purchase. This is whereby a customer is able to identify a unit that is ready-made, and he pays the developer 10% and we finance the 90% over a very long period of time, depending on the customer's ability to pay. Then we have another product called the remortgage. Remortgage is whereby a customer buys, we are able to buy a customer's mortgage from a different bank, move it to I&M, spread it over a period of time at a very good rate. We are currently running a better rate than most banks, so customers are running to us. So if there are any customers who are interested, please reach out, because we don't want to give you the rate because everybody will run in. So reach out there, we'll tell you how much it will cost you and how long we can spread it to the repayment. Then we have foreign currency mortgages. These are mortgages that are basically for customers who basically are in diaspora, or even if they're in Kenya, they are paid in foreign currency. The products are US dollar and euro. So if you're paid in euro or US dollar, we're able to give you a facility, spread it up to 10 years, up to the end of the mortgage loan. Yes. I think the other two products that we have are equity release. This is whereby you as an individual own a property and you'd like to get some top up from that particular mortgage. So we charge your property to I&M and give you a top up of up to 70 to 80% of the value of the house. So e.g., if the house is 10 million, we will basically give you roughly 7 to 8 million, depending on your ability to repay, and spread it over a period of between 10 and 15 years. So you're able to use that money to buy another property or renovate the one you are with, or buy a piece of land and build. So we do not ask you much what you do with that money. The issue is that you make sure that every month you pay I&M the premiums for the stipulated period that you've taken the mortgage. Then the last one, which is very lucrative to Kenyans, is a construction loan. So we have customers who own pieces of land in Lolongo, Kiambu, Kajiado, and they've always been wondering, where can I basically get financing to build my dream house? So visit us as I&M. We're able to give you a construction loan up to a maximum of 20 years, depending on the ability to pay. So we finance you 80% of the construction cost, and then you are able to also look for the 20%, but we finance the 80%. During the process, we don't give you the full amount. We give you in tranches, and we're able to monitor your progress, make sure your contractor is using the right products, because at I&M we care about our customers. We don't want them to live in substandard houses. So we want to make sure the house they build is a house for prosperity, and in case they would like to sell it in future, it fetches the right amount of money. Our intention is to make sure that Kenyans live in decent houses. Kenyans will leave good inheritance to their kids and their future children.
My name is Timothy Itaru. I work for I&M Bank. I oversee a product called asset-based finance and insurance premium finance. Basically, these are products which are very tailor-made to enable customers ease their cash flows when they are either acquiring mobile assets or when they are actually financing their premiums. That is insurance premiums. Yeah. Well, the environment and the expo here has been quite exciting. We are very happy to be here, and we also get the opportunity to showcase the very exciting full basket of financial solution in the form of banking products that we have at I&M Bank. We have a very vibrant desk at this expo, and of course we'll be looking forward to meeting more of our customers and engage on what the requirements would be. On the motor vehicle, this has got to do more with the partnerships that we've been running across the market. We have very reliable partners in the way of motor vehicle dealers, and this one particular piece of nice asset is here just to demonstrate the viability of the partnerships that we have. So this vehicle here, for instance, can be financed to a customer at 100% finance of a stretched repayment period over 72 months. Yeah, yeah. Of course, at very friendly interest charge. All forms of movable assets, of course, the condition is that they have to be movable and they have to be identifiable through a serial number or a registration number. Of course, the motor vehicle will fall into that category since it has a number plate which shows the registration number. And as far as the asset finance product is concerned, we always like showcasing this to our customers because there are clear advantages of using asset finance as a very viable form of asset acquisition. One of them, of course, is that the asset is self-securing. When we give you a loan to acquire an asset, we don't really require additional collateral for that particular loan. Of course, what you can call the comparative costs of transacting and asset finance is way lower than other forms of tangibly secured facilities such as term loans and all that. So we definitely would be offering some cost saving to our customers as they acquire their assets. Of course, again, to businesses, there are advantages around taking asset finance. There's something called capital allowances and of course taxable, tax deductible expenses for businesses. So in this case, if for instance you have assets that are acquired within a business, you are allowed to claim what we call capital allowances against your taxable income. So is the interest charge. The interest is actually a tax deductible expense from your profit before tax. So businesses would actually benefit from having these assets acquired through asset finance within their businesses.
My name is John Mudama. I am a property consultant with Lookuptv, and I cover the local market and the diaspora clients. Yes.
That's outside Kenya.
Yes, that is the Europe, US, and the African market as a whole.
Wow.
Yes.
Fantastic.
My name is Nicole Mukami. I'm a property relationship manager with Lookuptv. I serve at the global office in Karen. Basically, a property relationship manager takes you through the process from when you identify the project you want up until you get your title deeds. Lookuptv is a real estate firm. We deal with value-added property. We do not sell plots at any point. We offer the market value-added property. We have been in the market space for 23 years and still counting, and we always deliver on our promises. We do sell property, but the way I put it is what is different. We offer value-added property because we never ever sell bare plots. We always add value to that property. So value could be water, electricity, roads, security, walls, and things like that.
The diaspora market is the best market we've ever had, so far so good, because as we speak today, we have our team in UK, and we also have another team in the US. We've been able to cover a lot of the states in the US, that is Kent, Tacoma, Seattle, and Missouri, and of course UK and the African markets. So as we speak, there will be a team that will be going to Arusha later this week. And then we've been able to cover Zambia. We've covered 2 states in Congo, that is Lubumbashi and Kinshasa. Then we've also gone to Nigeria and back to the country. We sent a representative to Ghana and also back to the country.
So we have a wide range of property all over the country. We have something for those people who want something near Nairobi. We have that. We have something even in Nairobi itself. We have something in Kajiado County, Mombasa County. We are actually, on that note, just launching a new project very soon, though it's already up on our website and on our socials and everywhere. It's called Joy Lovers Club in Malindi. So it's a very, very posh property. Like I said, we are offering value. It's definitely value for your money. We are putting up value additions like a stone perimeter wall, which is already there actually. We are going to put up a magnificent and a very beautiful gate for security. We're going to have caretakers on site. We're going to have a professional security firm on site, such that even if you're coming there, you've bought your property and you want to build, there are people who are taking care of your property materials while you're in the process of building. Yes, we are going to do water on each and every plot. So water will be on site and the pipes will pass each and every plot. We're going to do electricity. We even do solar street lighting on our projects. Yes, so it's half an acre of a plot going from 14 million and above. And it's a very, very small and intimate project, a very posh project within Malindi town. Only 3 kilometers from Malindi town. Yes. So we are currently accepting registrations for those who are interested, and you'll definitely get a discount for those who register first.
Introducing the Kenya Trade Fair Fusion Sales Drive event in the heart of Nairobi at the Kenya National Archives. It's not just an event, it's sales generation with a remarkable return on investment. Get ready to let your booth do the talking as you study new market trends with lots of entertainment featuring traditional live bands, DJs and artists. For vendor registration, call 0724 715 334 or 0713 907 584 or 0723 861 173.
Are you an SME looking for a media partner? Look no more, as Lookuptv got you covered for all your visibility and marketing needs. We at Lookuptv understand your business needs and want to work with you on your marketing journey, giving you solutions that will take you to the next level. Call us today on 0707 572 358 or send an email to sales@lookuptv.co.ke and kickstart this amazing journey. Welcome to Lookuptv, your official SME media partner. Are you looking for an office space? 4th Avenue Towers is a professionally designed 25-story executive office that is conveniently located at the heart of the Medical and Legal Services Square within community area. The office is easily accessible from both Valley Road and Ngong Road. Professionals and business people now have the opportunity to own a premium piece of office space, the optimum choice for the modern professional. Key utilities include 24-hour security with CCTV surveillance, high-speed internet access, ample and secure parking, high-speed elevators, power backup generator, open rooftop and a restaurant. 4th Avenue, an amazing product of Fusion Capital. Fusion Capital, rooted in the African growth story.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with Lookuptv. Apologies for that hitch right there. Nancy Nelima here and Ruga Ival. And on this very day, President William Ruto, for the first time, will be addressing the nation in the State of the Nation address at a joint parliamentary sitting in the Parliament building. And of course, as we have seen, Ruga, very many people have varied opinions. But what comes across very commonly is the high cost of living, and as well, a citizenry that doesn't have so much faith in the government.
Nelima, mwaka mmoja uliopita, kama takribani siku 365 zilizopita, hii ndio hotuba ya pili ya Rais William Ruto kwa taifa. Ilikuwa ni ile serikali ya bottom up, serikali ya mama mboga, serikali ya mtu wa bodaboda. Kwa hivyo leo wananchi wana matarajio chungu nzima. Hii serikali ya bottom up, hii serikali ya mama mboga, hii serikali ya kutia pesa mfukoni, ni akina nani?
Right. Those are some of the questions that we will be handling in today's conversation. We'll be speaking to Eric Regalo, a political analyst, as well as Edward Githaiga, who is the CEO, Vision 2030 Youth Kenya. And of course, we'll be addressing some of these issues right here. Remember the issues like education, the new model in university, the new funding model, some of the questions that Kenyans really want addressed. So those are the things we'll be looking at.
Na kuna swali nataka sana umwelekeze Edward Githaiga kuhusiana na gharama ya juu ya maisha. Rais William Ruto alipokuwa akichukua mamlaka alisema nina mjarabu wa kushusha gharama ya maisha. Mafuta ya petroli, mafuta ya dizeli yameendelea kupanda kila uchao. Hii serikali ya bottom up ina maana gani?
Right. And right about now, we'll be crossing over to the Parliament building where our reporter Henry Tende is right there on the ground. Henry Tende, do let us know what is happening. Are all senators, members of Parliament already present? And of course, he'll be letting us know just who has arrived, what are the expectations even from the members of Parliament and the senators as well. Let's have the package now.
Naam, Eva Rugal na mwenzako Nancy Nelima ndani ya studio tumewapata moja kwa moja tukiwa nje ya majengo ya bunge. Hii leo ikiwa ni siku muhimu sana katika historia ya Kenya. Rais William Ruto atapata fursa ya kuingia bungeni na kuongea na Wakenya, kueleza mikakati ambayo serikali yake itachukua kuhakikisha anaboresha maisha ya Wakenya, na ataeleza pia taifa ndani ya kipindi cha mwaka mmoja cha uongozi wake ameweza kuafiki malengo yapi, ameweza kutimiza tutamuuliza masuala gani na ni wapi changamoto zimeibuka na ni vipi atazishughulikia changamoto hizo. Leo katika siku hii ambapo tunatarajia atawasili mwendo wote kuanzia mwendo wa saa 5 hivi ili aweze kupita katika zile itifaki za jeshi kukagua gwaride la heshima ambalo litakuwa limeandaliwa mahususi kwa ajili ya siku ya leo. Tunatarajia ujumbe wake utaingia ukipitia kwenye barabara hii, barabara ambayo ni Parliament Road. Kwenye barabara hii ujumbe wake utatoka huko, na atakapofika hapo atalakiwa na naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua na viongozi wengine wakuu serikalini pamoja na wabunge wa mabunge yote mawili ili kuweza kuanza rasmi shughuli ya kuhutubia umma ama taifa ifikapo mwendo wa saa 8:30 mchana. Hali ya usalama hapa imeimarishwa. Usalama ni tisti kabisa kuhakikisha kwamba atakapoingia Rais William Ruto hakuna dalili yoyote ya kukosa usalama. Kwa hivyo maafisa wa usalama wameshika doria kila maeneo kama unavyoona kuhakikisha kwamba hapa hapaharibiki neno na shughuli hii inaenda sambamba kama ilivyopangwa. Masuala ambayo Rais William Ruto anatarajiwa kuongelea mchana wa leo ni pamoja na kupeleka maafisa wa usalama katika taifa la Haiti. Kumbuka hoja hii imeibua hisia mseto nchini, wengi wakisema ni kwa nini rais apeleke maafisa wa usalama katika taifa la Haiti ili hali nyumbani bado tunashuhudia msuko na ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo tofauti ikiwemo mashambulizi ya Al-Shabaab kule eneo la Lamu na pamoja na wizi wa mifugo na ujambazi maeneo ya kaskazini mwa nchi. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia rais atupe taswira kamili ni yani kwa nini ana ushawishi wa kupeleka maafisa wa usalama katika taifa hilo la Haiti. Vile vile tunatarajia rais alizungumzie swala la kuongezeka kwa gharama ya maisha. Kumbuka Wakenya wengi wanazidi kupata ugumu wa kusukuma gurudumu la maisha kufuatia ongezeko la bei ya bidhaa muhimu pamoja na ongezeko la ushuru. Jana tuliambiwa sasa iwapo unataka kupata kitambulisho cha kitaifa itakulazimu kulipia shilingi 1,000. Kumbuka kitambulisho hicho ungepata bure kabisa, lakini kwa utaratibu ambao umeanzishwa sasa italazimu Mkenya ambaye anataka kitambulisho cha kitaifa kulipia shilingi 1,000. Naam, ni gharama ya maisha ambayo imeongezeka mno. Tunatarajia Rais William Ruto ataongelea gharama hiyo na mikakati yake ya kuhakikisha gharama hiyo imepunguzwa. Vile vile usalama wa taifa, ni kwa nini bado licha ya kuwa maafisa wa usalama wamepelekwa maeneo tete nchini kushughulikia wizi wa mifugo na masuala mengine ya ujambazi, ni kwa nini bado tunashuhudia ujambazi na msuko katika hali ya usalama nchini? Tunatarajia Rais William Ruto ataongelea hayo pamoja na mazungumzo ya kitaifa. Atatueleza mustakabali wa mazungumzo hayo ni upi ili tuweze kufahamu tutatarajia lini mwisho wa mazungumzo hayo yatakapokamilika. Ni masuala tu ambayo rais atazungumzia, hatuwezi kujua ni nini amepanga kuongea kuhusu, lakini tutakuwa hapa mwendo wa saa 8:30 mchana tuweze kufuatilia na tuweze kujua atasema nini. Wakenya wanatarajia ikifika mwendo wa saa 7 hivi watakuwa wamesimama hapa kumulaki rais na kusikia kutoka kwake. Kwa hivyo ni siku ya muhimu sana kulingana na kipengele 132(1) cha katiba kinamruhusu rais kuongea na umma kila mara moja kwa mwaka katika uongozi wake. Hivyo basi leo ni siku ya siku. Rais William Ruto atafika hapa, ataongea na Wakenya. Hivyo basi tuko hapa ngangari kuhakikisha matukio yote yanakujia moja kwa moja kwa manufaa ya mtazamaji wa runinga ya Lookup ili uweze kuyafuatilia moja kwa moja ukiwa nyumbani kwako. Nikurudisha kwenye studio.
Naam, asante sana Tende kwa kutaarifu huko. Pia Stanley Logaria yuko kwenye eneo sawia. Matarajio ni mengi mtazamaji, pia kushuka kwa dola ikilinganishwa na shilingi ya Kenya, na pia shilingi ya Kenya ile nguvu yake ikilinganishwa na fedha nyingine ulimwenguni. Rais William Ruto akiingia mamlakani alikuwa amesema kuwa atahakikisha shilingi ya Kenya imepata umaarufu na nguvu zaidi. Sasa nimpishe Stanley Logaria atueleze yanayojiri kwenye bunge la taifa.
We have pitched camp here at the Parliament where President William Ruto is set to address the nation at the Parliament of Kenya. Now, among the key issues that are being expected, that here, before even we get into that, is that the heightened security that has been beefed up here at the Parliament as the President or as the various or respective security agencies await for his inaugural state address. Among key issues that we are seeking the President to address is among them the contentious issues of the Haiti, where the state officers have been sent to Haiti, and the President will be seeking to address or delve on the matter, whereby we will be looking to see why the nation felt it promptly or necessary that the officers should be sent to Haiti. Among other key issues, there is the rising cost of living that the President is also set to address. But now, even as they will check into the matter, there are key issues that are burning Kenyans across the country, and they are waiting all the President to address or have a matter of sharing on the issues. And these will be also be cut across, because now the President is being his first ever inaugural state address. The last one was done by former President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, where it happened around November 30th. And now, like the President has constituted under Article 132 of the Constitution, the President has to make at least a single address each and every year to address on his scorecard as a president and how the country is doing. So we are anxious, but even as we await, because the event is poised to begin roughly at around 2:30 p.m. But in between, the President will make it here at the Parliament earlier, so that there is that guard of honor where he will also inspect the guard of honor. And we are also set to see the President make his way into the Parliament. But even as he makes the way into the Parliament, there are key issues that the President or Kenyans remain anxious that the President will be addressing. We stay focused. We are camped here at the Parliament to address and give you more details as they unravel.
Stanley Logaria huyo kutoka maeneo makuu ya bunge la kitaifa akitujuza yanayojiri moja kwa moja. Kwa kawaida mtazamaji, hotuba hii kwa taifa huwa ni kusahihisha utendakazi wa rais aliye mamlakani. Kwenye studio niko naye Nancy Nilima na mgeni wake Edward Githaiga, ambaye sasa watakuwa wakichanganua masuala ambayo ya utendakazi wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Nancy Nilima.
Thank you so much, Ruga Evil. And now on this other side of the studio, let's have a discussion and take a look at the state of the nation as it is right now. Joining me on set is Edward Githaiga, who is CEO Vision 2030 Youth Kenya.
Yes.
Karibu.
Thank you very much for hosting me here today.
Right.
Yep.
And we are about an hour 30 minutes
yes.
away from the President's address. This is the very fast, his very fast scorecard.
Yeah.
Fast State of the Nation address,
right.
as he is mandated by the Constitution. And from what you have seen earlier on the streets, every Kenyan is in agony, is in distress. And some people have lost hope even in the presidency itself.
Yes, I do.
What do you think the President should say, just to start with, to return that hope back again to the citizenry?
Thank you very much for hosting me, Edward Githaiga here. It's my first time on Lookuptv.
Karibu.
And I hope it's not going to be my last. But just going directly into answering your question, obviously the Kenyan economy has been hard hit from several angles, right? If it's not the debts that we have, if it's not a bloated recurrent expenditure,
right.
If it's not a high cost of living in terms of fuel prices, in terms of food prices, Kenya has really been hit hard. And coming from post-COVID era,
right.
where from 2019 to 2020, almost 2021, where 2 years the economy was stagnant and really nothing much was going on. People were losing their jobs, and the economy was really suffering. So you can see the pain of Kenyans, because for the last 3-4 years, Kenyans have gone through the hardest time ever in the history of the country. We're actually facing a Great Depression, I would call it. And that's why it requires sound leadership. And personally, myself, I think William Samoei Ruto has the right setting himself as a person. He has the right vision for the country. I would compare him with somebody called Franklin D. Roosevelt. If you look at Franklin D. Roosevelt, he's the only president in the US who brought America out of the Great Depression after the Second World War. And this is what we are facing. And if you look at the programs that His Excellency William Ruto is running as well to recover back the economy, are very similar to what Franklin D. Roosevelt did.
Right.
So, because we are still early on into his governance, and I know it's 1 year, and even Mr. Former President Uhuru Kenyatta, for 10 years he was not able to transform the economy. You know, William Ruto inherited a deliberated economy from the former regime.
So then what do we have to say about the campaign promises? 1 year on, remember there is the first 100 days, then there are the short-term goals, medium-term goals, and then the long-term goals.
Yes.
So right now we could say we're in the short-term goals, and we are way past the 100 days because we are over a year since the president took office. Then there were the campaign promises. There was the promise of the cost of living, which now comes across. Everyone is talking about the cost of living, the most popular word in this country right now. So then, can we say that the president overpromised on the campaign trail, that it doesn't make logic sense to solve the issues of an economy in just under a year?
I think I wouldn't say he overpromised, because even the other side, as azimio, had their own promises, and you know, azimio was saying they were going to give everybody 6K. I don't know how that would have been possible.
We don't know that, though.
No, I'm just saying.
We're talking about the government that now
I'm just saying,
is in power.
because you mentioned the political campaign.
Right.
You know, the manifesto is also a political document. I'm just saying, even the other people had their promises. So it's not really overpromising. It's just that you're set to go and sail, and then a storm comes. So when the storm comes, you have to deal with the storm. And so what William Ruto is trying to do right now, and it's not, I'm not trying to speak on his behalf really, but from where I sit, I can see he's trying to put measures. However, there are other overriding matters that are hampering his achieving of his promises.
Right.
And that is why once he knows he's not able to achieve something, he comes in the open and he talks to Kenyans and tells Kenyans, I know I promised this, but because of this and this reason, we haven't gotten there.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, one of the popular things in the Ruto government is the many videos that people have combined about nitatenga, tumeweka mikakati, wiki ijayo, mwezi ijayo. So Kenyans have been hearing very many promises, but you see, when their life is not changing, the quality of life is not improving, then now we go back and expect the president to do more.
Yeah, I think if we try and also, you know, visualize and try and be futuristic in the next 1.5 hours, I think these are some of the issues where we are pertinently that the president will address.
Right.
Because this is what the national state of address really covers, really, to deal with the real issues that the Mwananchi is going through. He's also a Kenyan. He's also watching the media. He's also watching the news.
Right.
He has people telling him, advisors, that this is the situation. But listening to him will be good because he's the president. He sits in a better place to see what things need to be done. But however, I believe the economic issue is not an issue that we can just wish away. It requires a strategic direction. So I believe if the president post this can come up with a Marshall Plan.
Right.
For example, if you look at Singapore, you look at the Asian tigers. In the 70s, Kenya was far much ahead of them, economic-wise.
Right.
And they were suffering, they were facing a lot of depression, economic issues. But they made Marshall plans and they converged the citizens. Because even we as citizens have our role to play. And indeed, a high cost of living is something that is biting, like you just said. I mean, everybody is complaining. Go to the streets, go everyone. It's true.
Right.
But as Kenyans, what do? We shouldn't, you know, sink our heads in the sand like the legendary ostrich. No, we should look at solutions because one, we have different areas of governance.
Right. And when you talk about solutions, one of the ways that the Kenya Kwanza government is trying to deal with debt is taxation. And the taxes, just as recent as yesterday, then there's a review of new fees.
Yes.
IDs, if you want to replace your ID, 2,000 shillings. Getting married at the Attorney General's office, going up by 45,000, now at 50,000.
Yeah.
So these are new prices, new fees and taxes that are from daybreak to the break of dawn.
Yeah. I think what really might really happen, because it's already happened. I mean, I like being optimistic and things. Is that probably was there public participation in this? Because you can see the outcry from the public. They feel that it's gone high too fast without probably certain consultation. So once again, we want to even talk to the people who are in the offices, the policy makers. They need to be very sensitive, because it's not His Excellency William Samoei Ruto who comes up with these policies. You know, as you know, the constitution in Kenya gives independence to various offices, right? And there's a way people come up with policy. But if the policy is not working with the citizen and the general citizenry, it's upon the president as our leader to then look at how he can rectify that and sort that out.
And do you think then the president has had the people's outcry? Because given even by the different companies during the time of the Finance Act, before it was passed, then you could tell that a larger percentage of the public was against the Finance Act. But it was assented by the president after it was passed in Parliament, and now that people are crying out on the high taxation and of course the skyrocketing cost of living, do you think the president has heard, and this afternoon is going to give hope perhaps?
I think the hope he would be able to give is more of like austere measures, like expenditure, spending, government spending. That's a very major area that he needs to really look at. And when we talk about corruption as well, because Kenya is a wealthy country per se. I mean, we contribute, Kenyans contribute quite a lot. The citizens contribute to their tax paid quite a lot to the development of this country. However, if the management of these resources is not ample and is not outright and with integrity, then we're losing a lot. So I believe the president will be firm and to point to Kenyans that he knows exactly what situation we're going through, and now moving forward from now, this is the steps that he will take to manage the issues, right? And you know, there are a lot of people crying out and saying that he should return the subsidies that were there before, because you know, the slogan of Pesa Mfukoni, now Kenyans are crying, Pesa is not in the Mfukoni.
Where's the money?
Because the prices are rising, and you could see even though I don't want to quote the newspaper, they were with a major headline the other day on Monday saying that the fuel prices will go up to 300. So there's a lot happening, but I believe in the presence of challenges is the opportunity to find solutions. You know, anytime in the world or in Kenya, like even when we were fighting for independence, it's the challenges that we faced that united us, so we were able to kick out the colonialists. So even now, Kenyans need to unite together to find these solutions once and for all, because in the end of the day, we're the ones who continue to hurt.
But you know, we elected a government.
Yes.
So then we expect that the government that sold the very good manifesto then should be able to cushion the people. So when you say we should come together, what exactly do you mean by that?
What I'm saying is, first of all, you know, any house divided is a house that is going to collapse. And as a country, how we are, I'm now talking about the setup. Forget about the political machinations. We are very tribal, right? We always look at things from a tribal perspective. And there's also the issue of class. Poverty is increasing by the day, and you know, the rich are getting richer. There are those pertinent issues that are affecting us. And if we don't sit down as Kenyans as well, and even the leaders, because we elected, you know, the constitution states that the power, the sovereign power rests with the people, but can be exercised through their representatives. So even the representatives, even the mwananchis, you know, for example, even it's the business community, right? They need to come together, find solutions for the business community. If it's the farming industry, everybody has to make their own. You need to look at your own area and find solutions together with government, you know, as government is taking the leading role or enabling these solutions.
And then over just slightly a year of President William Ruto's rule, then the new corruption scandals. You know that Kenya is dealing with adverse corruption cases. There is the KEMSA scandal, the mosquito nets, edible oils scandal. Just in the very first year of his ruling, do you think the president has numerously talked about how he will deal with corruption, but yet these scandals are here?
You know, nonetheless, corruption is not a newborn baby. Corruption has been there in this country since way before. And if you look at what His Excellency the President has done, whenever these scandals come in, he takes certain corrective action. However, once again, corruption is a pandemic in this country. It's everywhere. So Kenyans need to start changing their culture and holding each other accountable. For example, if you know there's a corruption case happening, don't sit there, go to the EACC and report that. Let's create a cycle of accountability, right? Even from the policeman who takes a bribe. That is also corruption. Even those people who are stealing the public funds, that is corruption. And there's somebody who saw it, there's somebody who knows it was happening, but they kept quiet. So we need to take responsibility, but we also call upon the president to be firm. That is a non-negotiable. You know, I mean, to Kenyans, corruption is non-negotiable. The president should be firm, and I believe he is doing his best.
When you talk about firmness, then because there is the edible oil scandal, again, there was money missing in the fertilizer subsidy program. When you talk about dealing firmly, perhaps do you mean names being brought forward, people charged, court cases?
Exactly. You see, when you mention government, that we elect a government is divided in three. There are three arms of government. There is the legislative, which makes the laws and the policy. There is the judiciary, which is now the one that gives justice and ensures that there is equity. And there is the executive, which implements the budget and the fiscal plan and the entire running of the government.
Right.
So these three arms of government need to work together in order for us to see these changes that we require. Because if you take somebody to court, so for example, the KEMSA story, that matter is in court. It's taking forever in court. William Ruto doesn't sit in the court. His Excellency the President doesn't sit in the court. His Excellency the President also knows there is an independent commission within the Constitution, which is called the EACC, which is there to ensure that if there is corruption, it's investigating. There are apparatus around that. I know he's the executive, right? But there is a more of a way you work, you allow people to work independently. And since it's the first year, and like how we've seen before, you know, like when His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta was the president, remember himself confessing that during his tenure, we were losing 2 billion.
A day.
And I saw that matter being brought up in the Senate, or is it in Parliament? Somebody asked that question the other day. They want to do a research and find out whether, no, it was Treasury, whether there was actually, Kenya was losing 2 billion.
Right. And we'll be coming back to this conversation. There are very many expectations today as President William Ruto is expected to address the nation. This is his very first State of the Nation address. He'll be giving us the progress and also tackling key issues that are affecting the country. Right about now, let me welcome Ruga Ival talk to us some more.
Asante sana Nancy Nelima hapo na mgeni wake Edward Githaiga. Kauli kuu ya Edward Githaiga ni kuwa hali iko shwari, lakini itakuwaje kama wananchi wana maoni tofauti kuhusiana na utendakazi wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza? Sasa nimpishe Mevin Gitembe atujuze yanayojiri kwenye nyanja.
Tarajia hotuba yake Rais William Ruto hii leo wakiwa na matumaini makuu kuwa ataangazia masuala muhimu ambayo yanamwadhiri Mkenya wa kawaida. Ni mambo mengi tu yameweza kutokea tangu Rais William Ruto na serikali yake ya Kenya Kwanza kuchukua usukani. Serikali hiyo ambayo kwa sasa inaongozwa na William Ruto na naibu wake Rigathi Gachagua, wa Kenya wakiwa na matumaini makuu kuwa rais ataangazia masuala ambayo ni muhimu na ya wanaadhiri moja kwa moja. Hii leo tunakuuliza wewe kama Mkenya, je, unatarajia rais atazungumzia nini kwenye hotuba yake?
I think anaenda kwa address mambo ya mafuta. Angalie venye maisha yanaendelea, cause watu wanaumia. Yeah, according to me watu wanaumia. And then mambo ya corruption in government. Unaona vitu kama zile za Kawira, kila mtu anapush saidi yake, anataka anajitakia makuu. So I think ataongea mambo ya maisha. Najua kila mtu ataambiwa, ukiuliza kila mtu utaambiwa tu maisha iko juu, maisha iko juu, maisha iko juu. So
ataongelea tu venye amekuwa na rais wa nini, hiyo ndio sijui king nani huyo, na vitu za anajaribu kupunguza mafuta, kitu kama hiyo. But vitu zenye anaongeanga zote mimi naona hatuna uongo. Mimi namuelimisha aongee tu vitu za ukweli, juu sisi hadi wenyewe tumechoka uongo, unaona. At least akiongea kitu ya ukweli atatupatia roho, lakini vitu zake mingi tumechukua ni uongo. Kutoka hata yakuwa rais hakuna kitu yenye ametusaidia. Hiyo tu. Ya vitu mingi zenye amesema, unaona, yeye amekuwa rais, kutoka akuwa rais mimi nichukue pikipiki, lakini naona hata siwezi chukua ingine juu hii venye life inaenda sahihi na venye ilikuanga kuna changamoto kubwa sana because mafuta imepanda.
Matarajio kwetu ni kuhusu utendakazi. Tungependa kwamba serikali ya kitaifa iweze kurejesha majukumu yaliyoletwa kwenye kaunti yaje katika kaunti, na matarajio ni kwamba hata hela pia zifuate kazi hiyo ili kazi ifanyike katika maeneo gatuzi. Wakati mwingine tunapata kwamba hela nyingi zimebaki katika taifa kuu, ili hali taifa gatuzi halijapewa hela kuhusiana na ile kazi ambayo imepewa kulingana na katiba. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia kwamba rais atasema kwamba kazi ya ugatuzi, kazi ya chekechea, kazi ya shule za anuai, pesa zote zilio katika taifa kuu zirejeshwe katika kaunti.
Sisi atazungumzia nini, but ajaribu maisha kuwe rahisi. Asitufinye venye kunaendelea. Sasa hii tumevinyika sana kama wananchi.
Maisha imepanda, tuko na shida, hata wengine hatukuli. Hata nyumba kulipa imekuwa shida, hata watoto school fees imekuwa shida. Turudishie maisha irudi chini.
Anaweza ongelelea unga hapo nini, maisha ishuke chini kwanza. Mambo na hata gari, unaona tunaenda tao nini juu ya kukosa hiyo fare yenyewe, juu watu wanasema mafuta imeongezewa. Alafu tunaweza furahia sana akiongea kuhusu mambo hata na makanisa, kuhusu hao nini. Unajua hii story ni kama ilienda chini mambo na Makenzi nini. Naweza taka sana aongelelee hiyo mambo.
Amefanya mzuri sana kutunyanyasa. Manake mafuta peke yake imeenda juu. Mafuta imeenda juu. Maisha imepanda. Gharama iko juu. Yaani unaweza toka uende utafute pesa, lakini ile pesa unapata ni kidogo na haitoshi mahitaji ya nyumba. Nikitoka na hii bike yangu nimeenda kazi, nikiangalia pale mafuta saa hii ni 216, 217. 216, 217, mimi nikianza kuendesha boda, mafuta nilikuwa nanunua na 112. Lakini nilikuwa nabeba kwa ile bei ambayo hata customer akisikia anaona yenyewe iko sawa. Lakini ile mafuta saa hii nikiweka, nikiambia customer bei, customer ananiona ni kama mimi namnyanyasa ama ninamdhulumu.
Sana leo anapohudumia taifa atukumbuke sana si watu wa chini. Alafu gharama yetu ya maisha at least ishuke chini kidogo. Tulimpigia kura tukitarajia atatubadilishia maisha, lakini imezidi kuwa ngumu. Kwa hivyo tunamuomba rais atukumbuke sana.
Jana juzi wakisema ni wataongelea umande tupande miti, hiyo ni mambo mzuri. Tupande miti ndio uchumi wetu ikuwe vizuri. Kwa hiyo ukipanda miti mvua inanyesha hivi, hiyo ripoti ni mapato iko sawa. Yeah.
Mimi naona kulingana na vile inchi imefika, hata vile mambo inaenda, heri tu rais kama ni kupunguza mafuta apunguze, kama ni kupandisha apandishe mara moja. Na bado Wakenya wanaumia, maisha imekuwa ngumu, hata kuleta chakula kwa meza ni shida. Ajaribu mheshimiwa rais kama anaweza, ajaribu apambane na hilo kitu na aongelee kuhusu hiyo swala la njaa na maisha kupanda, gharama ya maisha.
Kitu namuomba kama rais, kama ataenda kutumbia wananchi leo, angalie vile ataweka subsidy, atashughulikia mambo ya kupunguza bei ya bidhaa ambazo ni muhimu kwa mwananchi wa kawaida.
Huko matajiri hawaoni shida, wao ikiwa wakiongezea hawana taabu, wataendelea na maisha. Lakini sisi raia wa chini ndio tunaumia. Tuhaidi vile atarekebisha, lakini promise zake zimekuwa promise. Yeye amekuwa rais wa promise, ambayo imekuwa ni ghadhabu kwetu sana, sababu tukimuona akizungumza kwanza tumekuwa na machungu sana kama wa Kenya. Tuko na machungu mengi sana, sababu kila mara akizungumza ni kutuhaidi hadi mpaka tutahaidiwa mpaka lini kama wa Kenya?
Siwezi jua kwa mpangilio yake hapo. Sisi ile kitu tu watakubali kusema tu ile ndio itabidi, kama gharama ya maisha ndio tunaweza sema tupunguzie kitu kama mafuta ipunguzwe chini. Hiyo ndio tungesema, yani aangalie mwananchi mtu mdogo hapa aweze kuangalia gharama isiwe iko pande wa chini.
Haya ndio baadhi ya maoni kutoka wakazi wa Nairobi, wengi wao wakiibua swala la kupanda kwa bei ya gharama, wakiwa na matumaini ama wakiwa na imani kuwa rais atalipa swala hili kipaumbele. Mevin Getembe, Lookuptv, Nairobi.
Na mtazamaji, huyo ni Mevin Getembe akitagusana na Wakenya kuhusiana na hotuba kuhusiana na maoni ya wananchi kuhusiana na hotuba ya Rais William Ruto leo kwenye makao makuu ya bunge. Labda niangazie jumbe 2-3 kwenye mtandao. Namuona kuna mmoja anasema Alice Odi, ahadi ya deni ni kulipa, nazo ahadi za Rais William Ruto ni za kufanyia nini? Douglas Mburu anasema uongo mtupu. Pia kuna Makori Mokaya anasema tutakwenda huko tutulie tusikize uongo. Anthony Mwema anasema lies after lies after lies. Nataka nirejee kwake kwenye studio Nancy Nelima. Iwapo Wakenya wanahisia kinzani, maoni kinzani kuhusiana na uongozi ulioko mamlakani, hali itakuwa vipi? Uongozi wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza unachukua mkondo upi uongozi ndani ya historia ya nchi ya Kenya? Nancy.
Asante sana Eva Rugal, and as we proceed, then Edward, yes. Those are Kenyans, yeah. And you see Kenyans on the ground. Those are the hustlers, yes. The common mwananchi, yeah. And the song, similar across the board. The common mwananchi, they don't know much about how economics, how it works. All they want to know, yes. Is that they can afford a packet of unga. They can buy mboga, then they can eat the ugali mboga, the meat, even just twice a week. Yeah. And if they can't do that, then they have no faith, yes. In the government. The president is looking at this. Do you think there's something new that is going to say maybe to change the minds of Kenyans? Because they seem to be pretty much hopeless.
Yes, which is a sad situation, really. Hopelessness really does not grow anything. I mean, it continues to deteriorate a bit.
Right.
So Kenyans should have hope in themselves, should have hope in facing the challenges they're facing, and be more optimistic, and knowing that even world over, like how many countries have gone through a Great Depression, how many times have countries risen out of a difficult time, you know? So this is how I believe William Ruto will try to give hope, because as you said, he's the president, so he can see there's hopelessness. So one of the things will be to restore the hope back to Kenya.
Right.
And I know quick fixes, I know many Kenyans are saying reduce the prices now. I hope he can reduce it as well, you know? I mean, if there's any tax that or levy that he can remove, or if there's any subsidy or something that he can do, I mean, he needs to do it, because the majority of Kenyans, all walks of life, are really not just the down at the bottom,
right.
Even at the middle class, even at the top,
right.
Everyone is facing this
Feeling
high
the
cost
pinch.
of living. You know, I mean, it's too expensive out there. You know, nowadays 1,000 shillings cannot last you 5 minutes in a shop,
right.
Kiosk. You know,
just about 3-4 items.
Yes. So I believe what he'll do is, first of all, lay down the plan. You understand? Because it's 1 year.
Hasn't that been the story, though?
No. You see, like I said, and this is what I'm calling for Kenyans to look at.
Okay.
Visualize you're a sailor, or you're a captain of a ship, and your destination is to go from island A, right. to island B. You're not in control of the weather. You're not in control of the storms. You're not in control of how the ocean will behave, okay? You would say you're in control of your sailors, but you're not in control of natural things that happen. So when you face these storms, what do? Do you turn back and go back from where you are, or you sail on through the storm? You know, the eye of the storm, you know? And if you listen to many countries, even like China, like the US, like every other country in the world that is now what we call a developed nation, they went through this storm. So what I would advise the president is he needs to steer the ship well.
Right.
And he needs to have very credible policies, and also has to put in a kind of a social, humanistic and policy, fiscal plan, and come up with a Marshall Plan, so that we can look at how the prices of oil can be reduced, not just superficially by just removing a levy. You see what Uganda is doing, right? Right now, the economy of Kenya is going to be hit harder, because just the other day, Ugandan government and Tanzania signed an oil pact whereby oil will not be passing Kenya, it will be passing in Tanzania. So that's revenue we've lost. So we need to look at how we do our business. How does government operate? And I know the president has tried, especially now, if we can concentrate just for a few minutes on the fuel issue, because you know that's the main issue really.
Right, and the energy CS, Churchill just said that fuel prices could go up to 300
indeed
shillings.
And what we need to do is a Museveni. What William Ruto needs to do is a Museveni. Kenya should not be left behind. The Kenya shilling is losing value to the Uganda shilling and the Tanzania shilling and the dollar as we speak. So the plan that the president had of buying oil government to government, or oil well from the oil well, you know, the guys who are producing, that is what we need to look at. But the problem with Kenya, and I think this is a law that was passed in the 70s, there's so much conflict of interest. So like the private sector somehow could be in bed with some people in government. I'm not saying the president, but you can clearly see these private companies are they've become the middlemen. They're making huge profits importing this fuel to Kenya. If you go to the port of Mombasa, the amount of money that fuel lands in Mombasa, you can't believe. Okay.
So do you think this is what the president should be looking into?
Yes, and he's already started it. He's already started it. But I mean, for the CS of energy to say that Israel issue will affect the oil, it's a fact. It's a fact.
Right, and you know, the Kenya Kwanza government is making a lot of memes actually on social media, because they say then, even before the Palestine and Israel war, they said, oh, they're going to use this. Then they say it. So it sort of feels like a government that gives a lot of excuses. That's what Kenyans are trying to put in memes.
You know, we as Kenyans are also very impatient. A child cannot be born in 1 year and talk, speak, eat, don't use Pampers, walk everywhere, do everything.
Except if you are told this is a different kind of a baby, except when there are promises, and now they're not being kept.
Yes. But vis-a-vis, consciously, soberly, you need to look at this matter this way as well. What measures has the president put in place?
Right.
For example, he's looked at it in a futuristic way. He said, one of the biggest issues we have here in Kenya is cost of food. And why is cost of food an issue? Because we import 90% of our food or 70% of our food from outside Kenya. And that importation requires us to buy the dollar so that we can import that food.
Right.
So if you invest in production of food, that means we increase productivity of food. And if you look at the program like, Galana Kulalo and the other irrigation schemes like Bura, the other day he was in Tana River and all other places, things are going on. It's raining. People have already harvested the first harvest of William Samoei Ruto's regime. So we're not talking about that. Hey, go to the, by the way, yesterday I did a spot check. How much is the price of unga? It's gone down from where it was, isn't it? Nobody's talking about it. So obviously there can be a lot of noise, but in the eye of the storm, His Excellency drives us out of this storm.
Right, and you're talking about the measures that the government is taking just to cushion its people. Then subsidizing fertilizer. It is a program that has been launched across the country. Do you think it's working?
Yes.
I know right now we have the rains and people will be harvesting soon. So do you think that will directly reduce the cost of unga?
Of food, yes. It's already reduced because you see, when we didn't buy unga, maize from Malawi, when we didn't buy from Congo to supplement our stocks, we bought from the farmer. That means that we don't exchange the dollar. We're not, you know, when you exchange the dollar, you're losing 150 shillings. You understand what I'm saying? Inflation goes up because you have to buy the dollar. But now we didn't have to buy the dollar. We bought from the farmer. The government bought from the farmer. The millers bought from the farmer. They didn't have to import. You understand? So that's why the cost of living is coming down. So you can see the things that William Ruto has promised that are working.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, and the Hustler Fund, just before we cross over, the Hustler Fund, many people have taken the loans. Do you think it is working as it was intended by the government?
The Hustler Fund?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, the Hustler Fund has been a success to a certain degree because a lot of Kenyans who did not have access to affordable credit are getting it, you know, from the government.
Right.
The government is facilitating that process because a lot of Kenyans actually are hiking very hard to earn a living or even to start a small business, okay? And you can see the metamorphosis of the Hustler Fund. It first started as something that you can get 500 bob. Now people are getting to the range of thousands, depending on how your credit score rises. Secondly, they have a group loan now, right? If you come as a group together, you can get a loan from there. You understand? So there is a transformation that is going on. But like I said, don't expect results in the first year. Let's judge William Ruto from the third year. From the third year, second and a half year, you know, it's 5-year term, second and a half year, third year moving in, because you know even now as we speak, this is the time he's running his budget. This is William Ruto's budget, right? His fiscal plan. Before he inherited a fiscal plan of a previous regime. So now we need to judge what steps since July, since August, since September, since October, where is that money going? How is that money being utilized to cover the mwananchi, right? Yeah.
Okay, and we'll be crossing over to Ruga Eval. So many comments that are coming in fast and thick. Many people have very many expectations for the president as he's set to address the state this afternoon in just about an hour. Ruga.
Jumbe zinaendelea kutiririka na kumiminika kwenye mitandao yetu ya kijamii kutoka kaunti tofauti. Francis Moyo anasema we are going to nothing else, empty promises. Peter Nzioka, sahi tunalipia mpaka kitambulisho, yani we wacha tu. Halafu kuna Mwenje Shadrack Romney anasema Ruto anafaa atupange. Kibirit N Mungido anasema anangoja bei ya mafuta iongezwe kutoka 218 to 270. Ali Sodi anasema taxes on those with large noses because they inhale a lot of oxygen for free. Big Muzito, huyo ni wa fake promises too. Anthony Marex, ahadi za uongo. Douglas Mburu, uongo mtupu. Godi Nachola anasema wacha pandishe tax kabisa, halafu Makori Mokaya tutakwenda huko tutulie. Halafu namuona mwingine hapa anasema mtaacha PR lini? There's nothing to expect from that state address nation. Sasa mtazamaji, nataka tuelekee moja kwa moja hadi kwenye vikao vikuu vya bunge. Henry Tende anaendelea kutuangazia ama kutuangalilia kipi ni radhi ambacho kinajiri huko. Henry Tende.
Naam, Eva Rugal na mwenzako Nanzi Ndelima ndani ya studio tumewapata moja kwa moja tukiwa nje ya majengo ya bunge. Hii leo ikiwa ni siku muhimu sana katika historia ya Kenya. Rais William Ruto atapata fursa ya kuingia bungeni na kuongea na Wakenya, kueleza mikakati ambayo serikali yake itachukua kuhakikisha anaboresha maisha ya Wakenya, na ataeleza pia taifa ndani ya kipindi cha mwaka mmoja cha uongozi wake ameweza kuafiki malengo yapi, ameweza kutimiza masuala gani, na ni wapi changamoto zimeibuka na ni vipi atazishughulikia changamoto hizo. Leo katika siku hii ambapo tunatarajia atawasili mwendo wote kuanzia mwendo wa saa 5 hivi, ili aweze kupita katika zile itifaki za jeshi, kukagua gwaride la heshima ambalo litakuwa limeandaliwa mahususi kwa ajili ya siku ya leo. Tunatarajia ujumbe wake utaingia ukipitia kwenye barabara hii, barabara ambaye ni Parliament Road. Kwenye barabara hii ujumbe wake utatoka huko, na atakapofika hapo atalakiwa na naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua na viongozi wengine wakuu serikalini pamoja na wabunge wa mabunge yote mawili, ili kuweza kuanza rasmi shughuli ya kuhutubia umma ama taifa ifikapo mwendo wa saa 8:30 mchana. Hali ya usalama hapa imeimarishwa. Usalama ni tisti kabisa kuhakikisha kwamba atakapoingia Rais William Ruto hakuna dalili yoyote ya kukosa usalama. Kwa hivyo maafisa wa usalama wameshika doria kila maeneo kama unavyoona, kuhakikisha kwamba hapa hapaharibiki neno na shughuli hii inaenda sambamba kama ilivyopangwa. Masuala ambayo Rais William Ruto anatarajiwa kuongelea mchana wa leo ni pamoja na kupeleka maafisa wa usalama katika taifa la Haiti. Kumbuka hoja hii imeibua hisia mseto nchini, wengi wakisema ni kwa nini rais apeleke maafisa wa usalama katika taifa la Haiti, ili hali nyumbani bado tunashuhudia msuko na ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo tofauti, ikiwemo mashambulizi ya Al-Shabaab kule eneo la Lamu, na pamoja na wizi wa mifugo na ujambazi maeneo ya kaskazini mwa nchi. Kwa hivyo tunatarajia rais atupe taswira kamili ni yani kwa nini ana ushawishi wa kupeleka maafisa wa usalama katika taifa hilo la Haiti. Vile tunatarajia rais alizungumzie swala la kuongezeka kwa gharama ya maisha. Kumbuka Wakenya wengi wanazidi kupata ugumu wa kusukuma gurudumu la maisha kufuatia ongezeko la bei ya bidhaa muhimu pamoja na ongezeko la ushuru. Jana tuliambiwa sasa iwapo unataka kupata kitambulisho cha kitaifa itakulazimu kulipia shilingi 1,000. Kumbuka kitambulisho hicho ungepata bure kabisa, lakini kwa utaratibu ambao umeanzishwa sasa italazimu Mkenya ambaye anataka kitambulisho cha kitaifa kulipia shilingi 1,000. Naam, ni gharama ya maisha ambayo imeongezeka mno. Tunatarajia Rais William Ruto ataongelea gharama hiyo na mikakati yake ya kuhakikisha gharama hiyo imepunguzwa. Vile usalama wa taifa, ni kwa nini bado licha ya kuwa maafisa wa usalama wamepelekwa maeneo tete nchini kushughulikia wizi wa mifugo na masuala mengine ya ujambazi, ni kwa nini bado tunashuhudia ujambazi na msuko katika hali ya usalama nchini? Tunatarajia Rais William Ruto ataongelea hayo pamoja na mazungumzo ya kitaifa. Atatueleza mustakabali wa mazungumzo hayo ni upi, ili tuweze kufahamu tutatarajia lini mwisho wa mazungumzo hayo yatakapokamilika. Ni masuala tu ambayo rais atazungumzia, hatuwezi kujua ni nini amepanga kuongea kuhusu, lakini tutakuwa hapa mwendo wa saa 8:30 mchana tuweze kufuatilia na tuweze kujua atasema nini. Wakenya wanatarajia ikifika mwendo wa saa 7 hivi watakuwa wamesimama hapa kumulaki rais na kusikia kutoka kwake. Kwa hivyo ni siku ya muhimu sana kulingana na kipengele 132(1) cha katiba, kinamruhusu rais kuongea na umma kila mara moja kwa mwaka katika uongozi wake. Hivyo basi leo ni siku ya siku. Rais William Ruto atafika hapa, ataongea na Wakenya. Hivyo basi tuko hapa ngangari kuhakikisha matukio yote yanakujia moja kwa moja kwa manufaa ya mtazamaji wa runinga ya Lookup, ili uweze kuyafuatilia moja kwa moja ukiwa nyumbani kwako. Nikurudisha kwenye studio.
Naam, asante sana Henry Tende kwa taarifa hiyo. Mtazamaji, kando na matarajio, sasa tuangazie ripoti nyingine. Rais William Ruto amezoa alama ngapi kwenye utendakazi wake wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza? Nimpishe John Matava kwa taarifa hiyo kwa kina.
Studio, it is exactly 1.5 years down the line since the Kenya Kwanza government took office with a series of promises, including the 50 billion Asla Fund and removal of tax of the cooking gases and many more. For the second time, President Ruto will be addressing the nation today in Parliament. Meanwhile, we took to the streets to get to understand what Kenyans feel about how the Kenya Kwanza government has performed so far.
Hakuna kitu atituongeza kama si wafanyikazi. Lakini sasa tax yeye anaendelea kuongeza. So whereby ile mshahara tunapewa hata kama ni 10,000 hakuna kitu umeongezwa kulingana na yeye, but tax yake anaendelea kuweka juu. So inakuwa kama alikuwa analipa 10,000, mshahara imerudi chini kwa tax yake. Unapata mtu anapata kama 6.
Virali tulikuwa usukani kutoka kwa President Uhuru, uchumi ilikuwa bado ilikuwa mbaya. Hata sasa ameng'ang'ana. Amefikisha naona tukielekea pazuri.
Vile mambo inaenda, heri tu rais kama ni kupunguza mafuta apunguze, kama ni kupandisha apandishe mara moja. Na bado Wakenya wanaumia, maisha imekuwa ngumu, hata kuleta chakula kwa meza ni shida.
But vitu zenye anaongeanga zote, mimi naona hatuna uongo. Mimi naona mwelimisha aongee tu vitu za ukweli, juu sisi hadi wenyewe tumechoka uongo, unaona? At least akiongea kitu ya ukweli atatupatia roho, lakini vitu zake mingi tumechukua ni uongo. Kutoka hata ya kuwa rais, hakuna kitu yenye ametusaidia.
Lele upande wa uchumi, juu watu wanahangaika. Kenya imeelekea mahali babaya. Watu wanahangaika, hata tunatafuta kazi hatupati.
Maisha imepanda, tuko na shida, hata wengine hatukuli. Hata nyumba kulipa imekuwa shida, hata watoto school fees imekuwa shida. Turudishie maisha irudi chini.
And those are some of the views from patriotic Kenyans about how they feel the Kenya Kwanza government has performed, with many expecting better times ahead. John Matava, Lookuptv.
Na asante sana Matava. Kwa dakika chache nitakuwa pia namrejesha Nancy Nelima ambaye yuko studio bana, mgeni wetu wa leo Edward Githaiga. Lakini sasa wananchi wanaendelea kulalamikia utendakazi wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Swali langu ni je, kwani hili haliibui joto miongoni mwa viongozi walioko serikalini? Kwanza leo Rais William Ruto atakuwa akihutubia serikali zote mbili, serikali ya kitaifa kupitia wabunge, na pia atakuwa akihutubia serikali ya kaunti kupitia maseneta. Kwako Nancy.
Eva, tukisonga mbele, Edward, yes. Umesikia vile wananchi wanavyosema?
Wanalalamika kabisa.
Sana.
Yes.
Though there are few positives, yeah, but majorly.
Yes.
So that is the song of the day.
Indeed.
There's distressed people.
Yes.
People who just want answers.
Yes.
And now that we dwelt largely on that, I want to talk about the strategies that the government or the performance generally. And we talked about the Hustler Fund and the fertilizer subsidy as well. Let's talk a little bit about security in the North Rift region. Banditry that has been, it has been a forever issue.
Yes.
Because then few leaders being taken in for questioning, but the story is the same, year in, year out, then the banditry. But the Interior Cabinet Secretary, Kithure Kindiki, has traveled himself back and forth, different areas, different regions in the country, just to address this situation. Do you feel like the government is taking the right steps, and is it taking long?
Thank you very much. Just a quick joinder on the other discussion. I just want to point out to Kenyans that the ID issue indeed is an issue, but it just hit my mind right now that we're going to have a digital ID.
Right, the Maisha number.
So the digital ID won't cost you 2,000. It will be free.
But when is it coming though? No, because if you lose your ID now.
I think that's a solution that the president has. You know, obviously the cost of printing an ID, and you know the security features in the IDs we have today are not like the paper. Hold on a minute. They're not like the paper IDs we used to carry long time. These ones have security features, and if you've gone to a building, a new building, the latest buildings that we have, they actually scan your ID. So it has a sort of a software, or it has a microchip or something that they can see. So you can imagine producing that ID, how expensive it is, okay? However, I'm not saying that the price is good and we should all agree with it, but the solution is we go digital. And this is one of the what we call the solutions that the Kenya Kwanza government has actually done. If you look at the digital space or the digitization, sorry, I'm moving a bit. We look at the digitization, I mean, we have over 5,000 government services on the digital platform.
So what you're saying is that Kenyans should be patient, because in the long run, they're going to be cushioned anyway.
No, it's, you see, like I'm saying, when you're trying, even when you're sick, the first days of your admission in hospital are very critical. You understand? The last days is when you're getting healed.
Right.
So right now, Kenya is in a critical situation. So we're not, we're not going to be happy and shouting, and, we're sick. Economically, we're sick. Financially, we're sick. So the doctor is William Ruto, and he's the one who has the power to make sure that he gives us the right medication and the treatment that we require, so that our economy can rise again. Right? So let's also be constructive in our criticism. But I do agree, things are very hard.
Then,
yes?
Do you want to say then, you're talking about being constructive in our criticism,
yes.
But when there's these new reviews, these new charges, how much constructive can people get when they know now that even getting married is expensive?
Yes.
Everything else is going about 1,000% up. So what kind of constructive criticism should be employed at this moment?
I would like for us to hold accountable the minister in charge and people in charge of that, Docket, it's Kindiki or whoever. He can be summoned by parliament. There is a committee, and he can give answers to why he increased the prices. Secondly, Kenyans also have the judiciary. If Kenyans feel that those prices, and indeed they feel the prices are high, there's a judiciary which they can go and seek redress on that. And also, like they're doing today, expression, and speaking and saying to the president, reduce it for us. So we are here juggling this, but we're really hopeful that the president will come up with real-time solutions that will cover the Mwananchi from what they're going through.
Right. Yes. And now back to the question that I had asked about security. Yes. Banditry has been an issue 50 plus years after independence, and we are still talking about tribal clashes in the North Rift part of the country.
50 years.
And Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has been up and about, just trying to address the issue, bringing a few leaders in for questioning. But do you think it's taking a little too long? Because banditry is still a major issue.
Thank you very much. I think 50 years is quite a long time, but Ruto has only been president for 1 year.
Right.
Okay? So in 1 year, what has the president and his government done? You've seen how hard hit the bandits have been hit.
Right.
The last time you heard of a bandit attack, like a severe bandit attack. I know there are daily bandit attacks that are happening in Baringo, in those hardship areas, North Rift areas and all that. That's happening, indeed. Even Nairobi here, there are thugs stealing just now. Wanapiga watu ngeta. So crime is high. But you can't compare to the banditry attacks that we were having when the president came in a year ago. They have reduced because of the security policy that he came up with. And he came up and he said he's going to deal with them, and they're dealing with them, right? Look at Al-Shabaab as well. Right? He's really come up with ways of dealing with Al-Shabaab, because it's all about using the intelligence. You know, when the intelligence says there's a plan to attack, don't ignore, pursue. And this is what that has been happening, okay? But nonetheless, a lot needs to be done. And a lot needs to be done, not taking police to these places. It's creating jobs and opportunities. And I want to bring about what the president is doing to every county, like through the Ministry of Trade. They are creating aggregation centers. And this goes back now again to the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza,
right,
where they say that they're going to come up with industrial parks in every county that will be aligned to what they produce, so that they can value add,
right,
there can be more jobs creations for the youth, right? There can be more opportunities for foreign income because they're going to export these commodities that they're going to do. And so you can see there is that push that the president is, despite tackling the security issue, which is a very hard one,
right,
he's also looking at how can we have a long-term solution to all these matters.
Right. So
because remember, the bandits are young people. Ufati was there going with spears and stealing cows. And,
right,
and again, also, you know, the banditry is a criminal gang. Like, it's a syndicate of people who steal those cows to sell them. So it's not the old traditional Baringo, Tugen, or the old cultural practices that were there then. Today, it's more commercial.
Right, and that's what Kithure Kindiki said yesterday in Parliament,
yes,
saying that it's leaders paying off,
yes,
these young people.
Indeed.
But if he is slamming the leaders,
yes,
then can't these leaders be brought to book?
Wow, where do you live? Once you arrest a leader, what happens? Haki yetu, our guy. Yeah, the same public, listen, the same public goes to defend. Hold on, it happens all the time. So, but I can tell you, there are measures that the government has put in.
So you're trying to say that the government is unable to go for the people who are behind this banditry?
The government is going for them.
Then if the Interior Cabinet Secretary can say that it's leaders who are paying young people, if he has the intel, why can't the government just bring them to book?
That is what they're working on. Obviously, you see, to crack down on a criminal element doesn't take a one shot.
Right.
It takes a strategy and a different approach. So you see, government cannot just be a person who shoots every time you bring an issue, shoot. No,
right,
they have to approach this thing in a different way. And that's where you can see they have this community involvement. You know, those same youth are Kenyans and they have a right. And perhaps if we listen to them through the community channels,
right,
we can make them to be disengaged and not to be misused. And by the way, don't go very far. Just here the other day, you remember, we had the demonstrations in Kenya, in Nairobi. Young people, again, were being used by these politicians, right? We were told they were fighting for the cost of living.
Right.
What happened to that story? Okay, I know we have the national dialogue,
yes,
and the talks is going on, but those young people who went to the streets, who burnt people's shops, who robbed people for the saying that because of the economy is bad, let's go and revenge on that. You see, nobody has been held to book.
Right.
It's because of the political class.
Okay.
Yeah? The political class is, and that's why I want to agree with Kindiki, it's there to blame because they're the ones who harness this violence.
Right, and you talked about young people. Young people used to cause violence. Young people used in those areas, volatile areas, banditry.
Yes.
And the young people, again, do not have jobs.
Yes.
That also came across from very many Kenyans who are saying, we don't even have jobs.
Yes.
Can't even buy food. Yes. So then they will fall prey to these rogue leaders who will pay them to cause violence. So creation of jobs.
Yes.
Let's talk about it.
Thank you. Creation of jobs, if you look at the unemployment rate,
right,
under Ruto's government, he inherited a high unemployment rate. We're talking about, in the youth 18 to 35, about 70% of these young people are not employed. So he's not the cause of unemployment. But the issue of unemployment is something that he cannot run away from. And you've seen the enormous effort he's put in. For example, you see the trips that he's been making abroad. I know it's a major issue.
It's a controversial issue.
Thank you, that's the right word. It's a controversial issue.
Right.
But when he goes out there and signs a bilateral, say with Germany, and Germany needs 400,000 young people to work online. They don't have to go to Germany to get that job. They can work while in Kenya. Isn't that something? But it's taking time for those things to be implemented, right? But he has that plan that is implemented.
Okay.
So in the next coming months or so, we'll be seeing a lot of young people getting jobs because this these deals have been done with these other countries.
Right. So if I get it clearly, then you say it's a little early to call and that the strategies are in place, so we should wait and see.
Yes, indeed. It's a little bit early to call. But also, not a little bit early, what we can say, it gives us a forecast of where we're going, okay? So if we look at the detail of his plan, vis-a-vis what has been achieved, and then now, how do we move from here? That is what we expect to hear from him. Because he's had 1 year to study, to know, and to learn, and to now begin to implement.
Right.
Yes.
And President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua, their way of working, in just a year in government, the cabinet has been reshuffled.
Yes.
Does this send perhaps the wrong signals? Because in just 1 year ago, the president appointed this cabinet, and now there's need for reshuffling. So are we talking about poor performance? Someone is not up to task. What does this say about the president?
You know, when you go for a job interview, you do your best to get the job.
Right.
But how you do the job is up to you.
But I should get a job based on my qualifications.
Listen to me. I want you to understand what I said. When you go for a job, in any job interview, you put your nice made-up CV. During the interview, you talk all the good things you're going to do, right? But when you're given that job, it's a different thing. How you perform is different. So the president also has to look at the performance of his people. Before you sack somebody, yeah?
Right.
You have to look at that performance and figure out, is this person in the right place? Or what is it that is making that minister or that PS or that director's performance be below average or be not towards what government wants?
Right.
So you cannot sit down and allow yourself to continue walking with a thorn in your flesh. You have to do something about it.
Organize your house.
Reshuffling is just a normal occurrence. Even you guys here, today, when Lookuptv has a radio and you have the voice for radio, by the way, you have a very beautiful voice for radio.
Thank you.
And you find yourself in the radio station.
Right.
And you know, so it's because they will not say that you're not right for here, but they'll say, I think you do better somewhere else.
But, critics have argued that it is the president paying back. He pays back loyalty very well, as critics have said, and that you're just paying your cronies, so then you'll have people who are not very qualified for the job, and then hence the reason why the reshuffling is happening too early.
You know, when you say qualified, you need to break that down. Because if you go by what the Constitution provides, the qualifications, all the CSs have the qualifications to be there.
Then let's talk about the performance.
Yes, that's where I say it. And I go back to the first point. So I give you a job, but how you perform is up to you.
So it's not the president's responsibility to ensure that he appoints people he knows have been tested and tried and can perform.
Look,
is it not his job to make sure that these people are up to task?
It is his job, and it's also his responsibility.
Right.
I'm not trying to say...
so less than 1 year into office.
I'm saying that he also will have to answer to Kenyans when those ministers don't perform.
Right.
You know, or when there's corruption in a certain ministry. The president doesn't get away from that.
Right.
But when the minister took an oath of office, he did not take it just to the president. He took it to the Constitution of Kenya. And if that minister breaks the law, even in his performance, you understand? And that's why they have something called a performance contract.
Right.
You had the other day, and I don't want to mention names, the same people who are mentioned to be late in State House for performance contract signing are in trouble today. So you can see, once you know something is rotten, you know, you'll have to find a way to deal with it. And this is the hard thing. And I know you said the president has people he's worked with in his campaign, people who supported him, and he's rewarded them, which is good, because there is nowhere in the world where you will appoint your opposition to run your ministry.
Right.
Okay? You'll appoint people you know and you believe they're competent, because they'll tell you also they are competent and they have the experience. But how they perform is something else. So once they don't perform, it's the president's prerogative to change them and remove them if he has to. Right. And I can see right now there is the quasi-judicial process that is happening right now in the Senate. where Moses Kuria, Honorable Moses Kuria, impeachment calls are there for him. And, you know, he'll have his day to defend himself. I believe the president is a fair person, and he'll listen to the accusations. I mean, because now it's official. It's no longer in the media. I know Moses Kuria has been clouded with a lot of dark clouds since he became the CS. Right. But now you can see this matter has progressed over to...
And how do you say then that Kenyans can judge the performance of a cabinet secretary? Because there are many cameras, you know, different people have a communication team. So they will go live when they are launching projects and everything. So how can Kenyans know for sure that a cabinet secretary is indeed working?
Indeed. You see, there's somebody called, okay, I know you're talking about Kenyans from the outside of government.
Yes, common mwananchi.
Media is number one. And that's why there's right to media, there's right access to information. And, you know, media is protected because they are the ones who give the information to the citizens, the information that they would probably not get from the government, you know. I mean, it's very difficult to have a government criticizing itself or saying this is my mistake. Right. But now this is where the media comes in. But now again, the Kenyan media also has to be balanced. Because to a certain extent, if you've listened even to the president, when the safari rally was going on in Naivasha, remember him mentioning and saying, and it was the same Moses Kuria, isn't it?
Right.
Where he had said something and then the president said this and then the president said, okay, he has his right to his views, but also you also have to remember that how you tell your story as a media, be balanced, okay? Don't tell just the bad stories, give the success stories. Because you see, Kenyans rely on information.
But you know, the bad stories get more attention. We tell all the stories, but the bad story, the corruption story, is going to capture the eye. Because someone will be like, oh, this is 3.7 billion scandal, cancer scandal, mosquito nets, worth 3.7 billion.
How does that
help
catch
the
citizenry? How does that help?
Our work is to inform.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But now, since you're talking about mwananchi, that information, how does it help the citizenry? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't change the economic situation, the social situation. Perhaps they'll be more informed.
They need to be aware.
But if you went out and said that there's opportunity in government for a certain program, go and register. Or, you understand?
Right.
You get what I mean? Then the mwananchi would benefit. So that's why I'm saying media needs to be more balanced in a certain way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But here at Lookuptv, I'd say what we do, we give very balanced coverage.
Indeed.
Yeah, but, and as we're taught in school, anyway, the news that is the corruption story, it's the murder story. That's what will capture people's eye. So again, the public will just capture that.
Again, and this is another thing which I really want to commend the president. He's a Pan-Africanist.
Right.
Right? And this is, us as Africans need to be Pan-Africanist. Because what we have in Kenya, even in the media, we are so westernized. We are so fictional. You understand?
How so?
Sorry, I'm not saying it in a bad way. I respect the media. Please don't ban me from your media houses. But what I'm trying to say is, we need to tell the African story.
Right.
The African story is such a marvelous story to tell. But because we want to please and want to fit to a certain standard, which is a Western standard, okay? So we don't tell the story as it is. So we're going more for the murder cases, because if you look at the trend in the New York or in the Western countries in America, when you turn on your TV, it's always drama, I don't know, this case, this, that, you know. So we're copying, we're taking that, rather than telling the African story. And telling the transformation that is happening in Africa, and telling the true story of what is happening in Africa.
Right. You know? And one of the things that the president has been applauded for, even by other nations, is his call to unite Africa.
Yes.
You know, remove the trade barriers and just ensure that trade works better and people make more money. And remove all the barriers for development to take place. So do you then think that the president now championing this, do you then think by the time it comes to the end of his term then we'll be able to see the benefits.
Yeah, like I said, any policy that is made today, give it 3 years, okay, for it to really start showing, okay? It's just like a child. It takes time. So you can look at the foreign policy that His Excellency the President is following, and I really want to commend one of the best performing PSs, Coril Singoe. He's the PS of Foreign Affairs, and you can see how our foreign policy is very respected in Africa and globally. Like the position of Kenya globally now is at another level. And you can also see the opening of Africa. You know, we have the African Free Trade Continental Area.
Right.
Yeah, where Africa is supposed to trade amongst itself. We are poor because we don't even trade amongst ourselves. We are importing more from China than we're importing from other countries in Africa.
Right.
Right? Our intra-Africa trade is like 13%. Intra-Africa trade. So even the President William Ruto the other day said he proposed to the AU that he wants to host, yeah, the office that will enable the transactions, the multi-currency transactions, you know, like for the African Free Trade Continental Area, because that's another big issue, because how are we going to trade? We need a system. And that's why you see, again, moving out of Africa, when he's out there, he's always talking about the financial trading policy, international mechanisms are not favoring Africa. And that's why he's calling for example, the other day in Djibouti, he got a standing ovation. It's only here the president, people are not seeing his vision for Africa or Kenya. But in Djibouti, when he said that we will one day soon do away with the dollar, and indeed we need to do away with it, so that we can have our African currencies stronger than they are. And we can depend on what we have.
Right. And I wanted to talk about Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki, the passports, e-citizen. But before that, I do understand what you can see right now on your screen. Preparations are, of course, underway. The president is set to appear any minute now, just about in about 30 minutes. He will be making his way to the Parliament buildings, right there, addressing joint houses, the National Assembly and the Senate as well. And of course, as you can see, police officers right there, very well dressed. They look army officers right there, and of course we'll be expecting them to welcome the president, and he will be addressing a parliament in just a short while. And of course Kenyans will be also expected to gather right there to welcome President William Ruto. And we will be following right here on Lookuptv just to bring you up to speed. We'll be live with that speech as he begins right at 2:30 p.m. A lot of expectations from different Kenyans. A lot of color right there, I believe, indicating some positivity. You know, the president is going to be telling us this afternoon. So that is what you can be expecting. We are keeping tabs right there with our reporters on the ground, Henry Tende and Stanley Lugaria, who are on standby, and we'll be linking right there with them in a minute now as we anticipate the president's State of the Nation address. This is his very first time to address the nation, the two houses, the National Assembly and the Senate, and of course a lot of expectations, a lot of people on the street right there saying that they are in distress, cannot afford to pay even rent. So the president has a large plate to fill. A large plate to fill. Very big shoes to wear, because the expectations are massive. Over 50 million Kenyans are looking up to the president. It's a tough economic time, and of course then they need hope, but not only hope, they need results too.
And just to talk about the digital identity, you see, the digital identity opens up a lot. For example, most of the young people, for example, young entrepreneurs, they have informal businesses. They're not registered, they don't have bank accounts. But once they go into the digital identity, they'll be able to have their businesses formalized and have different opportunities for them out there,
Right.
so that they can improve in their business. Then you can even see what the president did the other day with the community health workers or community health promoters. I mean, he's now dealing with health at the grassroots, because at the grassroots, before you go to a hospital, you get sick, but you're not sure what you're sick.
Right.
Right? So you have these young people coming, or not young people, just Kenyans, yeah, CHPs, yeah, coming to the ground to ensure that they are contributing towards a better health. Then we have the initiatives for climate change, right?
Right, and let's talk about that in the universal health care. Then there's community health providers. And critics have argued that that's a scandal in waiting.
How can that be a scandal when these same health workers have been volunteering without getting a pay for the last 10 years, okay? This is the first government that has recognized the community health workers.
Right.
Secondly, not just recognized, equipped them with technology. Right now, a community health worker has a pack. And in this pack, he has a thermometer, he has the different gadgets that are used, like if it's blood pressure,
Right.
something for measuring blood pressure, diabetes, hypertension, lifestyle diseases. They also have a technology phone or a gadget, which they key in this data. Secondly, they also can be used by government. For example, when we had the pandemic, you were being told there were red zone, green zone, yellow zone, right? Or the like. But before you know that zone, that disease starts somewhere.
Right.
So the community health worker is the first respondent, but he was not empowered as he is today. Today, community health workers are getting a stipend and they're equipped.
Right.
So what scandal are we talking about? You know, sometimes change is difficult to accept, but change has to be accepted.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's talk about the fight against illicit brew. Yeah.
Major fight.
Majorly across the country, and you know, even the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has championed it, especially in the Mount Kenya region, which has been adversely affected with this vice. So one of the very positive things that cuts across, most Kenyans agree that indeed that is a positive move.
Yes.
And a project that should be seen through his 5 years. So do you think the progress so far is commendable, and what can be done to see it a success?
Yes, indeed. You see, the matter of illicit brew is a matter that is a national emergency, because this brew, once consumed, is harmful to your health.
Right.
And it leads to death eventually. What does that do to our health systems? Right? You have people suffering from liver cancer. We have people suffering from alcohol-related diseases, right? Or poison. And not even just that, the social effect as well. Look at when these people are drinking out there. And I like what the COB chairperson, or is it the commissioner, recently in parliament, when she said watu wanafuliza and then unaenda kwa bar unakunywa fuliza yako yote and yet your kids are hungry. And this is what this alcoholism is doing to our generations and our families. This is destroying our fabric as a nation, because it's so easy to get hooked to alcohol, but it's so difficult to come out. And that's why you can see even, and I want to commend His Excellency the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, for the commendable job he's done administratively in terms of ringing in the administration and holding them accountable and saying, if we hear, and you can see a lot of cases like of illicit drugs, like the issue of marijuana and bangi being arrested, and also supply being cut off, the alcohol being cut off, because now the chiefs from the ground are being held accountable, because these chiefs and the administration used to be abating the illicit brew and the trade, but now because government is enforcing, and this is the first time that it's been enforced how it's been now. Secondly, I also want to commend the spouse of the Deputy President, who is now doing a rehabilitation program. While the Deputy President is doing the administrative, the First Lady has taken an initiative in her office.
Second Lady,
sorry.
Dorcas Rigathi.
Yes. Dorcas, Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, very highly looked up to lady. She has taken it to herself to ensure that she works in the rehabilitation
Right.
and in the control and in the aftermath. Because youth would like to stop, but what after?
Right.
Alcoholics want to stop, but then I go home to an empty
To
house.
joblessness? Right.
Yeah. So because of that depression, so that's why she's dealing with the psychological, mental issues, and also looking at how you can empower these people economically,
Right.
so that they can have a livelihood.
Right.
So I can say the government on that, if you were asking me a score, it's at 8.
Right.
It's really performed.
And Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki yesterday did say that illicit brew, it contributes, directly affects security.
Yes.
Because then these people are the ones who are going to cause disturbance,
Yes.
who are going to steal from people. So then now that it is, even the executive is taking it up like this, there have been in the past cases that even, and just before we continue, I do understand that the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has arrived at the Parliament buildings. And of course, we're expecting Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and later on the President, William Ruto. So right now, the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has made his way to the Parliament buildings set for that President's State of the Nation address. Of course, and as we continue, Edward, then just we're talking about illicit brew and its direct relation to security, threatening security. And before, there have been leaders who have been mentioned in dealing with illegal drugs. So do you think then that the Interior Ministry is going to crack down on these people?
They approached the Interior Ministry, and I want to commend Kithure Kindiki, is a multifaceted,
Right.
multi-approach where you have different departments. I don't know what you'd call it,
Right.
but it's a multifaceted approach where multi-agency, when you're dealing with this.
Right.
And I just want to point out on that matter of illicit brew, how is it, to my perspective, how is it contributing to insecurity?
Right.
That money is called illicit money. It was acquired illegally.
Right.
So where does illegal money go? It goes to create more problems within our community. For example, look at, and I want people to take this with a pinch of salt, like the state of how our young generation is being destroyed in terms of like the young girls and them getting into this social light kind of dream and thinking that that is where we should be.
Right.
This industry, these people who are selling this are the ones who open in the nightclubs. They're the ones who are open. I'm not saying every nightclub or owner. By the way, I want to remove that statement of a nightclub. But I'm saying they are pumping this money in this nightlife,
Right.
in this entertainment, illicit entertainment kind of industry that is currently going on in Kenya. So you see, it has an effect.
So in dealing with this, then you're dealing with even security issues.
If you deal with the issue of illicit brews and illicit manufacturing, you're dealing with another multifaceted matters that are hidden in the background,
Right.
that happen beneath our eyes.
Right. And those are live pictures that you can see on your screen. The guard of honor is ready for the president, who will be arriving any minute now. Remember, President William Ruto is set to address the nation, the very first address in his presidency. And he's expected to talk about a few issues, to give the progress that the government has made and address very key issues. Cost of living top among them, the skyrocketing food prices, cost of fuel, which is at an all-time high. These are the questions and issues that Kenyans are hoping the president will address. And any minute now, he will be arriving there. So far, the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has made his way right there to the Parliament buildings, awaiting that address. The president will be addressing a joint house, meaning it's the National Assembly together with the Senate. And Edward, let's talk about education.
Yes.
And there has been a lot in this sector. There is CBC. There was a task force that was put together, after the former president Uhuru Kenyatta left. Now the transition into President William Ruto's government, just to see, does CBC, is it working? Is it practical? What can be improved? What do you make of that progress so far?
I want to say that I can commend them because I have small kids, I have young children, and they are in the public schools, and indeed you can see the transformation.
Right.
And when your child comes home in the evening and she tells you, he or her tells you, I have a project I need to do, and that wasn't what they were doing before, it really shows you that the way the lifestyle, like in terms of life skills, enhancing the life skills among the children is very good, because what we used to have before is depress those skills from coming out, because it's all about books, reading, and getting good grades. But now it's changed from that. It's about competency, and competency is generalized to mean a lot of things. So you might not be good in maths, but you're good in sciences,
right,
or you're good in agriculture. And then as you progress through the system, you can start to major. You can even actually start saying, because my passion is this, by the time I'm reaching university, I want to be an extension officer in agriculture because I love agriculture. Unlike how it was before. Right now, CBC will allow the mix match, like the synergy of careers.
Right.
And like before systems, people were just studying so that we get the degree, but there's no real passion, there's no real competence, there's no real skill that you're gaining from that. It's just the academic papers that you're getting. But now it's more skill-based, it's more experiential, it's more learning,
right,
which is a change from the past. However, there are challenges, okay?
That is why there was
and
the
this
task
is a third
force.
world country. Don't forget that. Don't forget.
Right.
And Kenya, I think if it's not half of the population, is their children. They're quite a big number of children.
Right, like the average age is around 19. So
yes.
very.
So you can imagine if that's the average age, then the bulk is at the child section. Like the
right,
kids are more.
Right.
And just the infrastructure, the system, the education, implementing it, the kids being able to attend school, it's a massive task.
Right.
And that's why education gets a big budget, because it's a very fundamental part of who we are as Kenyans, because
right,
education is very key. And globally we're renowned for being very educated and very skilled people. Yeah. Everyone is coming here to hunt for the best of minds from Kenya.
Right.
Yeah.
And what do you make of the Ministry of Education, how it's handling this transition? Remember, this is the last time we've had the KCPE. Grade 6 students have done the KPSE examinations.
Yes.
So then junior high begins. Junior high begins for what was previously class 7 and 8. Now junior high begins. So what do you make of this transition? Is it going to be smooth? Are there challenges?
Wow. First, I would like to commend the government, the CS. His name is Machogu. His strategic change or shift, because you know what it was before during the other regime, there were the 6 and 7 were actually to leave that, like the lower secondary, junior secondary,
right,
if I was not wrong. They was to be separated
to different schools,
institutions.
Yes.
So the transition is right there. They have got it right. So they made sure that there is no transition to another school, like you're not leaving this compound. Finish your junior high or junior secondary while in the same vicinity, then move later on to a new place.
Right.
So you see, the transition has been seamless. Okay, not despite that it has had challenges, but you can see also the government has employed quite a number of teachers. 55, 18,000 here, 12,000 there. Even I hear with the junior high teachers, if you have 2 streams for junior high, you get 2 teachers. If you have 1, you get 1 teacher.
Right.
That has all been facilitated by government. That is another positive issue about the transition.
Right.
So it's until you look at the detail. Because it's so easy to criticize. It's so easy to say, hey, look at this guy. I had somebody say, sijui mapua, sijui what, on the comment that was given by someone.
Right.
It's so easy to say something, but do you know the person behind that you're criticizing? Do you know what is actually being done, right? But I think what they need to improve on in terms of the primary school is they need to equip the schools much better.
Right.
The labs, these junior high labs, they need to equip them. They need to offer accommodation to the teachers, because you know the high cost of living is so high. So a teacher gets a basic salary of, I think, 18,000 or something, or 21,000.
Right.
And that same teacher is the same one you want to make to teach the person who will be the president tomorrow. So there are some areas that they can improve on, so that the system is holistic.
Right.
But more so as we move forward. And this is what I would really call for the president to do, is to also inculcate the education system to take place the African perspective, who we are as Africans.
I do understand the president has arrived, but we thank you so much for being part of this conversation right here on Lookuptv. The president is set to address the nation just any minute now. He has arrived at the parliamentary buildings and will be crossing right over there. I have been your host, Nancy Nelima, alongside Ruga Ival and our guest right here in studio, Edward Gidaiga. We appreciate you so much. We throw you over to the parliament buildings.
Piga picha tunajua, lakini
would want to actually get a similar research how social media as Kenyans about us, which innovation this government will take.
Tulilalamika Mungu atubariki na baraka zake tele tele.
Asante sana Nancy Nelima kwa mahojiano hayo na mgeni wetu Edward Githaiga ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa Youth Vision 2030. Mtazamaji, asante sana kwa kuendelea kujitazamia runinga ya Mzalendo moja kwa moja tu kwenye makao makuu ya bunge hapa jijini Nairobi. Wanahabari wetu Henry Tende na Stanley Logaria basi wanaendelea kutujuza ambayo yanajiri hivi sasa. Mtazamaji, Naibu Rais Rigathi Gachagua ndio kawasili kwenye majengo makuu ya bunge, na pia Rais William Ruto anatarajiwa kuingia muda wowote kutokana na sasa. Mtazamaji, ikumbuke kuwa Rais William Ruto anatarajiwa kuwasilisha hotuba ya taifa, hii ikiwa ni hotuba ya pili lakini ya kipekee kwa sababu hii ndio yake ya kwanza kuzungumzia kuhusu utendakazi wa serikali ya Kenya Kwanza tangu alipochukua mamlaka mwaka uliopita mwezi wa Agosti, na hii ni kulingana na katiba ya Kenya kipengee cha 132 cha katiba. Rais anatarajiwa kuripoti bungeni kuhusu hatua ambazo serikali yake imepiga katika utekelezaji wa maadili ya kitaifa, utekelezaji wa majukumu yake ya kimataifa na utumishaji wa usalama wa kitaifa. Hapo awali mwanahabari mwenza Nancy Nelima waliangazia masuala kadha wa kadha ikiwemo kupanda kwa gharama ya maisha, kupanda kwa bei ya mafuta na pia hisia za Wakenya kuhusiana na utendakazi huu ulioko mamlakani. Muda wowote kutokea sasa, mtazamaji, tunatarajia Rais William Ruto na anatarajiwa kuwa akifika kwenye majengo ya bunge. Najuzwa kuwa tayari keshafika na tanza kwa kukagua gwaride la kijeshi pale, wanangoja kwa hamu na gamu kumpokea Rais William Ruto. Mtazamaji, matarajio ni mengi kutoka kwa viongozi, kutoka kwa wabunge, kutoka kwa maseneta na pia kutoka kwa wananchi. Hususan mwananchi yule wa kawaida ndiye yuko na matarajio mengi zaidi kuhusiana na hotuba yake ya Rais William Ruto. Kuna ile serikali imepiga hatua gani kwenye sekta ya elimu na pia afya, na pia swala la mzigo mkubwa wa madeni, ukusanyaji wa ushuru na namna ambavyo pesa ambazo zinakusanywa kutoka kwa ushuru zinatumika kulipa madeni au zinatumika kufanyia kazi gani. Mtazamaji, tunamngoja Rais William Ruto awasili kutoka muda wote kuanzia sasa.
The President will walk into the chambers where he will find the members of Parliament already seated so that he can deliver the State of the Nation address. The last time that the head of state addressed this honorable house was on 29th of September 2022, and in that address he promised to implement the bottom-up economic agenda to create jobs and empower small businesses. The President also pledged to achieve the universal health coverage. In that address, the President also pledged to connect all Kenyans to the internet by 2030. These were promises that the head of state were making to the country, and of course using the platform of this national parliament to make his agenda known. The President also used that address to pledge to increase agricultural productivity and ensure food security. Some of these steps Kenyans have been able to see them, and of course every day sees progress. The President also pledged to fight corruption and promote transparency, and as well in that address the President promised to promote national unity and cohesion as well. Those were some of the highlights of the speech that the head of state did give before Parliament on 29th of September 2022 when he was opening the 13th Parliament. That sitting was broadcast also on this channel, the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. This afternoon, a lot is expected. The President is expected to speak to a number of issues, especially those that are touching on the lives of Kenyans, such as the high cost of living. Of course, Kenyans are expecting the head of state to address this, that he will have the opportunity to outline his government strategy to tackle the rising cost of food and fuel, as well as other essential goods. Now, this is a pressing issue for Kenyans, and the president's address will be closely watched for concrete measures to address the high cost of living. Kenyans do also expect the head of state to address economic transformation and inclusive growth. The president they expect him to reiterate his commitment, really, to his bottom-up economic agenda, which aims to empower small businesses and farmers as well. They may also announce new initiatives, if they are there, to boost economic growth and create jobs. The economic transformation and inclusive growth is part and parcel of the plan. This is the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza government, which it is anchoring the first term on. The country also do expect the head of state to address matters food security and agricultural transformation. Now, with Kenya facing food insecurity due to the prolonged drought, which has been quelled so far by the rain which has been pounding the country, really did expose the country to a number of challenges. Now, the president is expected to address the government's plan to increase agricultural productivity and ensure food security for all Kenyans. These are some of the expectations that Kenyans are having of this State of the Nation address. It heavily borrows from what has been seen in the past. Of course, the president will eventually address the country on the issues that he feels are important to the country. Also, a number of Kenyans expect the head of state to address healthcare and universal health coverage. The president may announce progress, for example, on his government's plans to expand access to healthcare and achieve universal health coverage. We did see during the commemoration of the Mashujaa Day in Eldoret, in Kericho, I beg your pardon, the president did officially launch the universal health coverage, where he flagged off a number of health promoters who are going to be walking into the communities to ensure that everyone is having access to healthcare. The country also do expect the head of state to address issues such as the digital superhighway and the creative industry. He may highlight his administration's efforts to promote the growth of the digital economy and the creative industries. This is part and parcel of the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza administration, and through the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Highway, we have seen a number of steps which have been taken to achieve this. Perhaps the head of state will be updating the country on the status of this agenda and what direction perhaps it is going to take in the coming months as well as the coming years. The country also expects the head of state to address issues to do with security and counter-terrorism. The president may address the security situation in Kenya, particularly the threat of terrorism and other forms of crime. He may announce new measures, for example, to enhance security and protect Kenyans.
to Parliament. We should not frighten you. We are the same speaker.
Excellent. Very well, thank you, sir.
Kiongozi, how are you? Kiongozi, habari? Seeing you. Uko salama? Thank you very much. Sorry about the other day. Yeah. I went minority. How are you? Boni, habari yako? Uko salama? Mohamed, habari yako? Uko salama? Nyegenya, habari? Very good. Njoroge, how are you? Salama? Habari yako mungwana? You well? Hello, madam. Habari yako? Where I'm supposed to be in front. It's not go there. We're going straight to the lodge.
You're right, that is the Honorable Member for Jomvu constituency, Honorable Badi Twalib. We can also see the county woman member of the National Assembly for Bomet is also in the chamber. Honorable Mushangi is also in the chamber as well. They are waiting for the head of state to make his way into the National Assembly chambers to allow for this process to continue. It is a historic sitting. Kenyans do really see such kind of sittings perhaps twice every year. Now, during his last address to Parliament, the President asked this House to consider a mechanism in the standing orders to facilitate cabinet secretaries to articulate government agenda, explain policy and answer questions on the floor of the House to enhance executive accountability to the people of Kenya through their elected representatives. This is an agenda that has been achieved, and the members of cabinet, the cabinet secretaries, have been coming both to the National Assembly and the Senate, and they've been able to answer questions which have been asked by Kenyans through their representatives in both houses. The President also did commit during his last address to this House to restore the place of Parliament in Kenya's democracy by respecting the autonomy and oversight authority of Parliament on the executive. There on your screen is Kakamega Senator Boni Khalwale making his way into the chamber, and a number of senators are now walking in. To the left, just on the aisle, is the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, who also is the Meru County Senator, walking into the National Assembly chambers to take his seat. There is the nominated Senator This special sitting of Parliament was communicated both by the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the National Assembly, and the President is expected to address it any moment now. When he last addressed Parliament, the President pledged to scale up productivity in agriculture and make sure that every Kenyan farmer, fisherman and pastoralist contributes to sustainable economic growth by contributing to adequate and affordable food. He also did pledge to allocate 50 billion shillings every year to the Hustlers Fund, from which micro, small and medium enterprises would access affordable credit to start and expand their businesses. The president said that there was tremendous opportunity for Parliament to fully take up its role in resolving the systemic issues that limit access to affordable homes and affordable financing. He did call Parliament to be at the center of ensuring that Kenyans have access to affordable homes. And perhaps that is another topic that the head of state might revisit so that he updates the country on what has been done so far to ensure that Kenyans have access to affordable living. We have seen the launching of affordable housing projects. Today, the president was in Ruto to inspect such a project, and he has on many occasions talked about the need for Kenyans to afford decent living, and Kenyans are already contributing to that every month. There are some deductions that are going towards the affordable housing. The president, when he last addressed Parliament on 29th of September, did speak about electricity, that the government shall facilitate the development of innovative and effective modalities to provide better off-grid systems, including enabling consumers to form small cooperatives for that purpose. We may perhaps revisit this and update the country on what has been done so far. And it is not just about infrastructural development. The president will update the country on what is being done to ensure that Kenyans uphold our national values. Those are some of the things that the head of state is expected to address in his speech this afternoon to this joint sitting of Parliament. In his previous address, he did speak about health, where he said that Kenya is bound by duty to take measures to make universal health coverage a reality and liberate Kenyans and their families from the threat harrowing poverty that stalks them every time a family member falls seriously ill. In the plan, then, he said that through the support of Parliament and through the support of all Kenyans, the government will restructure the primary healthcare system so that it puts more resources into promotive, preventive, and early diagnosis of diseases. That is one of the agendas of the Kenya Kwanza administration, and we did see a number of steps being taken both by the executive as well as Parliament to ensure that this is achieved, the universal health coverage is achieved in the country. When he also addressed Parliament last time, he did talk about the realization of the National Health Insurance Fund, whose restructuring is not only necessary for efficiency but also enables it become a fit-for-purpose social insurance scheme that caters for all, including chronic diseases. An update of that, of course, Kenyans are expecting this afternoon. The president also did address issues to do with digital technologies, which he said have become a critical player in economic growth. And what we have seen, what Kenyans have seen in the last couple of months is the steps which are being taken by the president, of course, through the cabinet secretary for information, communication and the digital highway, digital economy, I beg your pardon, to ensure that the country is connected digitally. The president promised to capitalize on existing technology and innovation in public and private sector to distribute the Hustler Fund as promised in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. And he did call upon financial institutions and Kenya's young generation in innovation hubs to participate in the digital economy by redesigning their products to serve the goal of empowering millions armed with grand ideas and are only waiting for the fund to finance their dreams to reality. So Kenyans are expecting the head of state to announce the steps being taken to ensure that this is achieved. The State of the Nation address will begin anytime now, but the president is within the precincts of Parliament, and he will be making his way into the chambers, accompanied by the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the National Assembly. That is Honorable Moses Wetangula and Honorable Amason Kingi, respectively. They will be leading, and they will be accompanying the head of state as he makes his way into the chamber to address this joint sitting and, of course, to address the nation at large. This is the State of the Nation address, and it takes place at least once or twice in a year, and it is an address that is being awaited with bated breath. Kenyans want the head of state to update them on what is being done to ensure that issues to do with the cost of living are addressed. There is some activity at the door. The members who are still within the precincts of Parliament are making their way into the chambers, and any moment now we do expect the head of state, accompanied by the speakers of Parliament, to walk into the chambers to allow this process to take place. Now, there will be a prayer by the Speaker of the Senate, and then there will be convocation by the Speaker of the Senate and by the Speaker of the National Assembly. The Speaker of the National Assembly will invite His Excellency the President to make his address. After, the head of state will address the House, and after that there will be an adjournment by the Speaker of the Senate and by the Speaker of the National Assembly. It is not the first time that this is happening. Kenyans have witnessed such occasions before, and what perhaps will vary is the content of that address. Every year, Kenya experiences unique challenges and unique types of progress, and that is what Kenyans are now waiting for, to hear what the head of state has to say regarding the state of this great nation. When he addressed this sitting in 2022, he committed and said that he was determined to ensure that Kenya's tax system is responsive to the needs of the economy. The head of state said that the tax system must be equitable, efficient, and customer-friendly. He did say that the economic principles of equitable taxation require that the tax burden reflects ability to pay. He said that this is best achieved by a hierarchy that taxes wealth, consumption, income, and trade in that order of preference. He said that Kenya's tax regime then fell short of that. The president said that the government then was overtaxing trade and undertaxing wealth. He did promise to propose tax measures that begin to move Kenya in the right direction. What is the status of this? Kenyans are perhaps going to be asking those questions and hoping that they will be answered this afternoon when the head of state makes that address. And he also said in his previous address to Parliament that the government will work with the Kenya Revenue Authority on a culture change to make it a people-friendly, customer-centric organization. He was of the view that it should be renamed it to the Kenya Revenue Service in line with the proposed transformation. What is the status of that? Kenyans are waiting for the president to address that, perhaps. There on your screen are a number of members seated, and on your screen there is the corridor that is leading to the National Assembly chamber. On the wall on your right are the portraits of the former Speaker of the National Assembly, who is currently the Attorney General, Honorable Justin Muturi, and the far right is the current Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula. On your screen is the Sergeant at Arms, followed by the maces. That is on the right, the mace of the National Assembly, on the left, the mace of the Senate carried there, and the clerk of the Senate, and followed by the President, accompanied by the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast of this special sitting of Parliament. The bicameral House is sitting this afternoon for the State of the Nation address. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Hiyo imekuwa ni bendi na Rais William Ruto.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity and welfare of our country and of those whose interests we've committed to our charge. Amen. You may be seated. Order, honorable members. Your Excellency, the Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Moses Wetangula, AGH MP, honorable members of Parliament. Article 132(1) of the Constitution of Kenya requires the President to address the special sitting of Parliament of Kenya once every year and at any other time. Further, Article 132(1)(c) requires the President to, among others, once every year, report in an address to the nation all the measures taken and the progress achieved in the realization of the national values set out in Article 10 of the Constitution. In addition, Article 240, subsection 7 of the Constitution requires the President, in his capacity as the chairperson of the National Security Council, to report to Parliament annually on the state of the security of the Republic. In this regard, therefore, pursuant to Article 132(1)(b) and C1 and 2 of the Constitution, the Presidency, via the letter reference number OP/CAP.26/4A, Volume 2/52, informed the Speakers of the Houses of Parliament of the intention of His Excellency the President to deliver his address to Parliament. Consequently, pursuant to Standing Order number 25(1) and 2 of the Senate, I gave notice of today's special sitting to the Honorable Senators by Gazette Notice number 14716, which was published in the Kenya Gazette on Friday, 3rd November 2023. Accordingly, honorable members, this special sitting is properly convened. I thank you.
Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. The Right Honorable Amason Kingi, EGH MP, Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Article 131(b) of the Constitution of Kenya requires the President to address the nation once every year and at any other time. Further, Article 132(1)(c) requires the President to once every year report in an address to the nation on measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of our national values. Additionally, Article 132(1)(c) Roman 3 of the Constitution provides that the President shall submit a report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic. In this regard, honorable members, by way of a message to the House dated 26 September 2023, His Excellency the President conveyed his desire to address a joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament today, 9th November 2023. Therefore, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 22 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, and by Gazette Notice number 14715, which was published in the Kenya Gazette on 3rd November 2023, I gave notice of this special sitting of Parliament to the members of the National Assembly. Accordingly, honorable members, this special sitting is properly convened. Your Excellency, in the custom of Parliament, we recognize invited guests seated in our galleries. I therefore wish to recognize the following guests who are seated in the Speaker's row. Her Excellency Rachel Ruto, EGH, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, and other members of the First Family. His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, EGH, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya and the spouse of the Deputy President, Her Excellency Pastor Dorcas Rigathi. The Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, the Prime Cabinet Secretary and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Your Excellency, honorable members, also present in the Speaker's row this afternoon are the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, EGH, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, Her Lady Justice Philomena Mbete Mwilu, MGH, Deputy Chief Justice and Vice President of the Supreme Court. They are accompanied by Honorable Justice Eric Ogola, Principal Judge, the High Court, Honorable Justice Oscar Angote, Presiding Judge in Environmental and Land Court, and Honorable Justice Brian Ongaya, MBS, Principal Judge, Employment and Labor Relations Court. We are similarly pleased to host the former Vice President of the Republic, the Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, EGH, who is also the co-chair of the National Dialogue Committee. We are also honored to have in our midst the immediate former speakers of the Houses of Parliament, the Honorable Justin B.N. Muturi, EGH, who is the current Attorney General of the Republic, and the Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, EGH, the Governor of Bungoma County. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the chairperson of the Council of Governors, who is also the Governor of Kirinyaga County, the Honorable Anne Waiguru, EGH, and the Honorable Johnson Sakaja, Governor of Nairobi City County. May I also accord special recognition to all Cabinet Secretaries present, Mr. Felix Kosgei, Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, Principal Secretaries, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and heads of constitutional commissions and independent offices present in Parliament today. Your Excellency, I wish to make a special mention of the Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, General Francis Ogola, and the respective service commanders, the Inspector General of Police, and other leaders of our disciplined forces who are seated at the Speaker's row. We are grateful for their distinguished service to the nation. To all invited guests, karibuni sana kwa bunge. Honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces to address this special sitting of Parliament. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable members. I arise before this distinguished assembly of the democratically elected representatives of the people of Kenya to discharge my constitutional function under Article 132(1)(c). The occasion requires me to give an account to the people of Kenya, the measures taken by their government under my leadership, and to give full expression and effect to the soul of our constitutional dispensation by implementing the national values and principles of governance set out in Article 10 of our Constitution. I have a substantial report to give on the progress made in fulfilling this solemn covenant, and that the journey of transforming Kenya for the benefit of present and future generations is fully underway. Its positive effect have also begun to bear fruit across many sectors of our national endeavor, from the grassroots all the way to this capital of Nairobi. On the 13th September 2022, last year, when I took office, I undertook to ensure the urgent transformation of our economy and to stop and reverse the negative trends of runaway unemployment, yawning inequality, and widespread poverty, which have denied Kenyans their dignity and extinguished their dreams. The mass appeal of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda was due in large part to the fact that its development and articulation, as well as its content and implementation strategy, represented our national values in action. It was inclusive, democratic, committed to social justice and the protection of the marginalized. Our commitment to bring the national values and principles of governance to life in order to significantly enhance the well-being of every individual and promote the unity, stability, security, and development of our country began long before the last election and will endure well beyond our term. It has been my manifest intention to live up to all the commitments set out in the plan, and despite enormous challenges and tremendous difficulties, we have made encouraging progress in a positive direction. This has not only vindicated our philosophy of inclusive transformation in pursuit of shared prosperity, but it has also increased our confidence that we are on the right path and shall, in due course, deliver the transformation of our nation in full. It is important for us to point out that we began the implementation of our mandate to transform Kenya's economy from the bottom up under extreme difficult circumstances, not to excuse failure or to justify inability or omission to do the necessary work. Not at all. Rather, we do it to emphasize the significance of our progress, underscore the possibility of transformation under daunting conditions, and express well-founded confidence that when sufficient progress is made, we shall do much more and go much further in delivering the Kenya we want for our generations and also for posterity. In our plan, we identified three primary challenges: external shocks, fiscal distress, and structural imbalance that heavily strained our economy, causing nationwide difficulty. The COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with global supply chain disruptions and geopolitical conflicts, significantly raised inflation and interest rates, adversely affecting our economy, while low agricultural investment and a prolonged drought led to food shortages and made Kenya a net importer of food in a volatile international market. It was under conditions of such extreme difficulty that the people of Kenya entrusted us with the responsibility of simultaneously generating effective solutions to immediate problems, providing a credible pathway to stability in the medium term, and undertaking long-term structural transformation of our economy, but in a manner which paid attention to the needs and aspirations of Kenyans, especially those at the bottom of the pyramid. The transformation of our economy is not only desirable and important, it is also necessary and urgent. And the people of Kenya have made this clear at every opportunity. Our duty as leaders is to listen keenly and comply with the people's wishes. Kenyans want to proceed in a new direction and demand a new conversation that puts ordinary Kenyans, the mama mboga, security, well-being, interests, and aspirations at the front and center of all policy and governance discourse. Citizen freedoms and fundamental rights lie at the heart of enterprise and democracy. Accordingly, our governance system must be fit for purpose, able to protect people and their belongings, safeguard freedom, facilitate democracy, and promote market efficiency. To do this, law enforcement must be robust. Judicial integrity, efficiency and independence, absolute, and the right to the protection of law, non-negotiable and impartial. Our police service and other actors in the justice, law, and order chain, including the judiciary, must therefore be professional, independent, impartial, effective, and inspired by national values and principles of governance. In keeping with our promise to the people of Kenya, I signed important instruments on my first day on duty. Among them, the delayed appointments of 6 judges to the Court of Appeal as recommended by the Judicial Service Commission. Enhanced allocation through this House to the judiciary by 3 billion Kenya shillings. Designated the Inspector General, who is sitting in this House as the accounting officer of the National Police Service to enhance police independence, and subsequently appointed a task force led by the former Chief Justice David Maraga to review the terms and conditions of service of members of the National Police Service. This was necessary, members, so that we can cement our place as a nation on the firm foundation of the rule of law. Together with the people of Kenya, we have changed everything. We have transformed the national political conversation from personalities to issues, from regional or ethnic largesse to opportunities for all our young people, from divisions to inclusion, and from status quo to the bottom-up economic transformation for shared prosperity. To date, Kenyans remain fully seized of the agenda, engaging vigorously and with unrelenting focus on expanding agricultural productivity to deal with the cost of living, affordable housing to create enterprise, jobs, and dignified dwellings, universal health coverage for a healthy, productive nation, and digital transformation to create e-commerce, create jobs, and make government efficient, effective, and accessible, especially government services. Also, fintechs, including the Hustler Fund, have benefited from the space around technology and the digital transformation. By virtue of the internal coherence of our constitutional dispensation, national values and principles of governance set out core directive precepts whose observance imbues every decision and action with implicit constitutionality. To the extent that our plan is aligned with Article 43, the implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda is a program to intensify the actualization of national values with a special focus on citizens at the bottom of the pyramid. From the first day in office, we have worked hard every day to move our agenda forward amid many challenges to forge a path in the direction of progress. This is the essence of our commitment, to make progress despite challenges and move forward by overcoming great obstacles. We must never be defined by our problems, and Kenya's destiny cannot be derailed by our challenges. Honorable members, the cost of living is not an abstract phenomenon. It is a reality experienced by households, which can be addressed through practical action and effective measures. One of the most salient interventions in addressing the high cost of living is the strategy to support agricultural production throughout the sector, ranging from food and cash crops as well as livestock value chains. I am committed to put the shame of hunger behind us once and for all. We rolled out a countrywide farmer registration and fertilizer subsidy program that has made available 5.5 million bags to farmers across Kenya. We have progressively reduced the cost of fertilizer from 6,500 to 2,500, increased maize acreage under production by an extra 200,000 acres this year, and enhanced maize production by an additional 18 million bags this year. As a result of these interventions, today, a 2-kilogram packet of maize flour is selling at a low of 145 and a high of 175, depending on the brand you buy, down from 250 shillings a few months ago. The famous Gorogoro of maize is selling at between 60 and 75. Honorable members, you know how much it costed a few months ago. We have also established 22 new fish landing sites in 9 counties in Nyanza and the Coast region. We have funded and organized beach management units into cooperatives, set up 2 hatcheries in Kabonyo in Kisumu County and in Shimoni in Kwale County. And we are in the process of completing Liwatoni fish processing plant in Mombasa by end of next month, and Shimoni Fish Port by the end of next year. Again, to bring our blue economy resources into the realm of food production. To achieve efficiency, transparency, and accuracy in fertilizer distribution, we enrolled farmers on a digital register with accurate details of the location and acreage of their agricultural land holdings. This database enabled us to implement an e-voucher system through which farmers receive their fertilizer consignments for planting and top dressing of maize, tea, coffee, rice, potatoes, cotton, edible oils, sugarcane across the country. Our farmers are the best people to speak about the success of the fertilizer program. Yesterday, I spoke to several farmers in different parts of the country. Ms. Alice Nato, a single mother in a place called Milo in Bungoma, told me that the 2,500 fertilizer had doubled the yield in her farm from 52 bags of maize last year to 120 bags of maize this year. Another farmer, Mr. Albert Munyi from Embu, appreciated the impact of fertilizer subsidy had in his farm and asked me to work out a way that the fertilizer can be delivered closer to the farmers rather than at the National Cereals and Produce Board depot. I assured him that I will work with the governor of Embu and with all governors to actualize his proposal for him and for other farmers who believe the same. But it was Mr. Samuel Chacha of Kuria who graphically painted the picture of transformation the fertilizer subsidy has done in his farm. With a phrase that struck my mind, he simply told me, Mr. President, shamba yangu ina meta. Further, we have made adequate arrangements, including investment in necessary infrastructure to facilitate post-harvest management and to prevent post-harvest losses. 17 certified warehouses jointly managed by the National Cereals and Produce Board and the private sector owners with a combined capacity of 365 metric tons or 4,090,000 kilogram bags have been prepared in the maize growing areas. The National Cereals and Produce Board shall provide a subsidy maize drying service to farmers at a fixed cost, as was announced by the Minister, of Kenya shillings 70 per bag, which is a significant improvement from the previous rate of Kenya shillings 350 per bag. Yesterday again, the first consignment of the 100 mobile dryers this House facilitated my administration to buy for use by our farmers. I announced to you yesterday the first consignment of the dryers docked in the country. Additionally, we are enhancing dairy productivity for better farmer returns. The government, working with milk processors, and I had a long conversation with them in Nakuru, we are mapping the country to ensure coolers are supplied where they are needed. Soon, farmers will be paid based on milk quality, boosting incomes, and they can also enjoy global market access. Our reforms in the coffee sector are bearing fruit, with our farmers set to earn 4 times advance pay for their crop, from a low of 20 to now Kenya shillings 80, following the allocation of Kenya shillings 4 billion from the Coffee Cherry Fund that was ably facilitated by this House. Coffee reforms regulations will give farmers the necessary representation and weight at the national coffee auction. It is my intention to make sure that the auction operates with farmers at the center of it. These measures are expected to aid ongoing efforts, including expanding production to new counties and double coffee output in the next 4 years. The government of Kenya is currently restructuring public sugar mills, expediting the leasing of 5 companies for rehabilitation and expansion to boost industry competitiveness before the Commercial Sugar Safeguards expire. The objective includes creating a competitive sector, raising farmer incomes, and enhancing productivity. This House agreed with my cabinet that we waive Kenya shillings 117 billion non-performing debt for government-owned sugar factories, for which I am grateful to this House. This House also approved 1.7 billion shillings that will go into paying farmer arrears and other complications that arose out of the challenges our sugar sector was facing. I want to promise this House that in the next couple of weeks, we shall be dispersing that money so that farmers in the sugar growing area can go home for Christmas with their money. As earlier indicated, our public borrowing had long crowded out the productive sector from the financial markets, raising the cost of credit and slowing down trade and commerce. As I told Kenyans on my first day in office, times were difficult and many people are struggling, and necessary and effective sustainable solutions were urgently needed. We must admit, honorable members, that as a country, we had been living large and way beyond our means. The time has come, therefore, to retire the false comforts and illusionary benefits of wasteful expenditure and counterproductive subsidies on consumption, by which we dug ourselves deeper into the hole of avoidable debt. The new direction may not be easy, but it is ethical, responsible, prudent, and most importantly, necessary. We've had to take hard decisions and make painful choices because we owe it to the people of Kenya to do the right thing and to confront facts as they are without flinching or equivocating. We have worked hard at home and abroad to mobilize a broad coalition of bilateral development partners. Many of them, I see them in this house, multilateral development banks and other agencies, which have rallied to pull our country back from the brink of debt distress and set us today firmly on the path towards sustainable economic growth. Our efforts to stabilize the situation have yielded such progress that next month, in December, we will be able to settle the first Kenya shillings $300 million or 500 billion Kenya shillings installment of the US dollars 2 billion Eurobond debt that falls due next year. I can now confirm with confidence that we will and we shall pay the debt that has become a source of much concern to citizens, markets, and our partners. Having said this, I further announce to the nation that our intention, consistent with sustained effort here and abroad, have enabled us to normalize our relations with the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the Africa Development Bank, and various development partners to such an extent that they are now working with us to implement the bottom-up economic transformation plan. As I earlier indicated, our public borrowing had long crowded our productive sector from the financial markets, raising the cost of credit and slowing down trade and commerce, especially the micro, small, and medium enterprises, including Mama Mboga. Consequently, many enterprises and entrepreneurs were referred for blacklisting by the credit reference bureaus, where 7 million borrowers were listed by last year. We committed to provide affordable and accessible credit and restore small business owners to good standing with credit rating agencies. A deliberate, targeted strategic financial inclusion fund, the Hustler Fund, providing affordable credit and mobilizing savings for individuals and small businesses, was launched on the 30th of November 2022. The public response to the Hustler Fund has exceeded most initial projections and surprised even the most hardened skeptics. By the end of last month, the fund had disbursed Kenya shillings 36.6 billion, and in savings 2.3 billion, and with 7.5 million repeat borrowers, whose overall repayment rate is at 73%. The top borrower of the fund has so far accessed Kenya shillings 4.5 million in 816 transactions, while the top voluntary saver is at 631,491. In the intervening period, the Hustler Fund has also launched a group product which has attracted 50,000 active groups to the platform, and of which 20,000 have received 151 million Kenya shillings. The Hustler Fund has provided us not only the huge pent-up demand for affordable credit, but also the readiness of Kenyans to express or to embrace credit and savings and to pay their loans on time with minimum prompting. The notion that Kenyans are not creditworthy or are high-risk borrowers is nothing more than an unjust financial profiling, which has, in many instances, become a needless, self-fulfilling prophecy. Yesterday, when I called Harrison Karisa Kenga, a tuk-tuk operator in Mombasa, who has accessed 714,000 from the Hustler Fund, he suggested to me to find a way to have the fund provide asset financing so that he can buy for himself a tuk-tuk because the one he had was not his. I assured him that during my address today, I would ask the ministry responsible to respond to him. Consequently, I hereby direct the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs to expeditiously engage Mr. Kenga. I will give you his telephone number. The impact of the Hustler Fund is summarized by a story of a Mr. Sospita Ondiek from Kisii. I suggest that the Kenyan film industry should look for him so that he can tell you his full story. Mr. Ondiek has a plumbing and tiling business in Kisii. And through the Hustler Fund, he has accessed 1.7 million in the many transactions he has undertaken to enhance our savings that have consistently been among the lowest globally, and to correct the delayed transformation of our social security architecture. Fundamental reforms are underway in our savings and social security space. As promised, we committed to take deliberate measures to foster a strong culture of savings amongst Kenyans and enable them mobilize resources for investment and development of intergenerational capital to eliminate old age poverty and to ensure comfort in retirement. Until recently, the rate of Kenya's public pension saving stood at 1.4 billion shillings a month, which is the lowest in our region at only 12.5% of our GDP. As a result of our initial interventions, the savings situation in Kenya is changing for the better. Contributions, honorable members, to the National Security Fund have grown from 1.4 billion shillings in January to 6.5 billion shillings every month, this month. The implication of this growth in our national savings is that it will significantly consolidate our nation's ability to invest in development using domestic resources as opposed to us going to borrow other people's money when they save. Honorable members, majority of Kenyans live in their own rural homes, even though many experience land and settlement challenges, including landlessness, insecure land tenure, and perennial squatter problems. Acute housing challenges are principally an urban phenomenon, and they present a serious threat to health and safety, as well as dignity of people, particularly low-income earners. The proliferation of slums in our urban areas indicate the extent of this serious problem and the urgency with which it must be addressed to enable Kenyans have greater choice in leading dignified, safe, and healthy lives affordably. Low supply of affordable housing units in Kenya is acute, making rent a huge component of the cost of living for many households. The increase in affordable housing units is a strategic intervention to not only supply affordable dwellings for Kenyans, but also as a means to reduce the cost of living. 3 categories of houses will be supplied by this program: social housing, affordable housing, and for the rest, market rate housing. Interest on financing is where we intend to make the big difference. Interest at the moment, as all of us know in this house, is at almost 18%. But under this program, all interest should be or will be at single digit. For social housing, the interest will be at 3%. You know, honorable members, that we all get 3%. So even the people in the social space, they also deserve to get 3%. Those in the affordable housing space will get 6% and 9% for the people in the market category. The affordable housing program has received tremendous support from county governments across Kenya. And I want to thank governors, and I know the chair of the Council of Governors is here, through her, all governors who have worked with us to make sure that this program becomes a reality. The construction of 46,792 units in various parts of Kenya is already underway, while another 40,000 are ready to commence in a couple of weeks. 50,000 Kenyans are working. People who were previously unemployed, they are now engaged directly and indirectly in this enterprise. And the numbers will significantly increase as the projects move into the next phase and as we roll out many more units. A total of 746,795 housing units are in the pipeline as I talk to you under various stages of delivery. More jobs are being created with the formalization of the Jua Kali clusters, providing products like doors, hinges, and windows. And this morning, as I visited one of the sites that I went to launch the construction in March, I was amazed that a site that was flat in March today, and I was with the Member of Parliament for Ruto, today has 11 block units, almost at 60% complete. And I also met the Jua Kali cluster for Ruto, and they have been given a contract of 140 million to be able to supply doors and windows. Architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, masons, electricians, plumbers, transporters, steel and cement factory workers, and hardware merchants will be partakers in this transformative plan. I spoke to Moses today at the site in Ruto, an electrician, and he told me out of the 1,700 workers in the site today, he was in charge of 114 electricians who are engaged in that site. And he asked me, Mr. President, make sure the next site is ready for us because we will finish this ahead of time. Let me also say, we are constructing 400 markets across Kenya to provide Mama Mboga with a dignified working environment, complete with water, electricity, and other amenities. And I want to thank members of this House for participating in various ways and working with us and also with the counties in identifying the right locations for these markets. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, our education system must develop a formidable reservoir of skill, talent, highly competitive and innovative human capital to support our vision of an economically transformed Kenya. Within weeks of taking office, I appointed the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform, led by Professor Raphael Munavu, my former teacher, who provided clarity on transition to the new competence-based curriculum and made further recommendations on necessary reforms in our education system from early childhood all the way to the tertiary levels. The Working Party concluded its work and submitted a report whose recommendations are already being implemented. The urgent and vexing question of transition to junior school has been settled, and the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment will be used for the exclusive purpose of monitoring learners' progress and not for placement in any grade. In keeping with our commitment, 56,750 new teachers have been employed. I'm sure the Honorable Milemba can confirm this. While 8,200 primary school teachers were retrained to equip them with capacity to effectively deliver learning and teaching at junior school levels. With changes to the entry requirements for teacher training colleges, admission has increased by 300% to now 20,456 trainees. I was privileged to be in Kwale last week to open the Kwale Teacher Training College, which had only less than 100 students a few months ago. And when I went there, the principal told me that the numbers have increased 4 times. At the tertiary level, the Working Party recommended an overhaul of the existing education funding framework to a variable scholarship and loan model in order to address the financing gap which denied many Kenyans the opportunity to pursue tertiary education in our universities and TVETs, but also created many complications in our universities and institutions of higher learning that by last year, our universities had accumulated debts of close to 60 billion Kenya shillings. I sat down with all the vice chancellors of our 41 public universities, and we came up with a proposal that we are now implementing. The new model for financial support is student-centered and deploys a rigorous, impartial means testing instrument to establish the level of need of every student, which then becomes the primary consideration in allocating scholarships and loans. To fully democratize our education system and make higher education accessible and affordable to all, we have also chartered the Open University of Kenya, following requisite cabinet and parliamentary approvals. I want to thank this House for expediting the Open University Charter that had been in the works for the last 10 years. I also want to announce to you that the first 1,000 students will report next month. In the course of consulting Kenyans from all walks of life during the formulation of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the foundational contribution of health to citizen well-being and the role of costs in driving up poverty were identified as chronic. The implications are very clear, and we cannot afford to delay the delivery of universal health care anymore. Consequently, we have instituted radical reforms in the provision of healthcare services in Kenya, including the enactment of 4 new laws that will anchor the implementation of this bottom-up approach to healthcare. I am tremendously grateful to this House and honorable members for enacting the Primary Health Care Act, the new Social Health Insurance Act, the Digital Health Act, and the Facility Improvement Financing Act. These laws, honorable members, will usher in and guarantee a new era in the provision of healthcare, covering all essential services from preventive, promotive, curative, palliative, and rehabilitative services, guaranteeing every Kenyan access to comprehensive and quality healthcare. Under Afya Nyumbani, we have scaled up our investment in healthcare workforce, employing 20,000 new healthcare workers, deploying 8,429 workers whose contracts had lapsed, and enrolling 3,394 interns across the country to increase the availability of human capital in our public health sector. Working with county governments, and I'm again grateful to them, we have taken measures to resolve the perennial challenge of human resource management in the health sector, occasioning strikes, by establishing the Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council, which will be a trusted mediator between government at both levels and our health sector workers. Further, under the Afya Nyumbani model, we identified preventive care as an essential pillar of healthcare service delivery because it enables Kenyans to manage their conditions early enough before they cause serious harm in their well-being and productivity. Community health promotion is our bottom-up intervention to deliver preventive and promotive health solutions at the grassroots by deploying community health promoters to visit Kenyans at their homes, provide basic diagnosis for common conditions, and refer cases to appropriate medical facilities. Together with all the 47 counties, and again, I am grateful to the governors, we have deployed 100,000 community health promoters fully equipped with the necessary kits and an electronic community health information system. In the last 1 month, CHPs have attended to 1.2 million households, just in the last 1 month. I spoke on phone to Mr. Masood Dirie, a community health promoter in Garissa, yesterday, who told me he has been a community health promoter, health volunteer since 2011. Unlike before, now he has a full medical kit and has used it to confirm that 7 people in his locality had high blood pressure. In a twist of fate, he tested himself and discovered that he too had high blood pressure. That's what he told me. And so, apart from referring others, he also had to make way to the hospital. Mr. Obembi Ogutu of Homa Bay told me that the program now makes primary health care a paperless engagement, saying it had started to reduce queues in hospitals. Through the Facility Improvement Financing Act 2023, we have established a framework that confers financial autonomy to health facilities, enabling them to retain funds generated with a mandate to improve facilities, capacity, and to provide healthcare services within that locality. In addition, the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, as part of many radical reforms, will now deploy ICT to manage supply chains of essential health products and commodities. As a result of this small intervention, KEMSA has improved its stocking rate from 40% to 60% in the last 5 months. And we are now targeting 80% by March next year. As is becoming clear, we cannot hope anymore to deliver services to Kenyans in their millions across the country with any measure of efficiency, integrity, transparency, and accountability without ICT. From education and health to agriculture and financial inclusion, digital technologies reign supreme in transforming service delivery, governance improvements, and catalyzing efficiency throughout the economy. We have commenced the rollout of 100,000 kilometers of the last mile fiber optic connectivity to make reliable high-speed internet available throughout Kenya, along with 25,000 free Wi-Fi hotspots in all market centers. The rollout, and I was given a statistics by the end of this year, the first 2,200 will be rolled out, and another 1,450 ICT hubs in every ward. I want to thank the membership of this House for considering to change the NGCDF Act so that you can also deploy those resources in the ICT space and enable millions of young people in your constituencies and wards to access internet and technology for digital jobs, e-commerce, and to give them the possibility of working on remote jobs. I have engaged the chair and committee of this House in that space. We have agreed on the model of how the ICT hub will look like, and I am truly grateful that Parliament came through and considered changing the law so that we can work on this together. We have expanded digital provision of public services to encompass 13,000 services to date, and it is my commitment to ensure full digitization by the end of next month. Our decision to enhance efficiency and integrity in the provision of government services has gone a long way to improve revenue collection. Working with the private sector, we launched the local assembly of affordable smartphones last week in Athi River. Digitization and automation enhance service delivery and citizen satisfaction, and also assures greater accuracy, transparency, and accountability, and reduces opportunity for corruption in the course of transacting with government ministries, departments, and agencies. Corruption, honorable members, wastage, inefficiency, and negligence are serious threats to our transformation agenda and unacceptable practice that has no place in our nation. I have given my firm assurance to the people of Kenya that cases of misconduct and corruption shall be dealt with ruthlessly, with finality, and expeditiously. I ask this honorable House to finalize the Assets Declaration and Conflict of Interest Bill to further tighten our anti-corruption policy framework and eliminate space for those who want to steal our money. The security and safety of all citizens is our foremost commitment and most fundamental obligation, without which every other endeavor is not possible. The reason why Kenya has continued on the path of steady progress is that we have maintained stability, peace, and security by affirming our territorial integrity and maintaining internal tranquility. This is not to say our country has not had its share of security challenges. The specter of terrorism is a continuing threat that we must remain constantly vigilant against. Pockets of banditry, cattle rustling, and armed lawlessness have besieged and devastated communities in the North Rift, Northeastern, and occasionally parts of Eastern and the coast regions. We all know that insecurity disrupts lives and destroys livelihoods. Our country has lost too many people to this menace. Many children have been orphaned and missed school, and many families have been displaced because of lawless men taking up illegal arms and waging war against communities. The government exists to ensure that those who challenge our sovereignty, territorial integrity, national security, and the safety of the people of Kenya are expeditiously countered and rendered harmless. We have therefore taken firm and decisive measures to deal with the challenge of banditry, armed crime, cattle rustling, and other forms of impunity in all parts of the country, beginning with a successful security operation to restore calm in the North Rift. We have been systematic, focused, thorough, unrelenting, and totally committed to removing for good all threats to lives and livelihoods of Kenyans. I know there are pushbacks from the criminals, but I want to assure the honorable members of this House that we will be unrelenting. And until it is done it is not done. In discharging this commitment, we have been mindful not to use security imperatives to commit impunity, including misuse of resources and extrajudicial infringement on freedoms and fundamental human rights of citizens. Sorry. We are conscious to provide security as a public service for the benefit of law-abiding citizens and as a guarantor of economic growth. Therefore, our security services have been committed to a citizen-centric, rights-focused, inclusive, and community-based security strategy. I am therefore quite clear that there exists no tension between the effective delivery of security services and the upholding of human rights and fundamental freedoms. We can be, and therefore must be, secure, yet free and democratic. In order to entrench our all-of-society coalition, we have resolved to enhance diversity and inclusion by expanding enrollment in the National Youth Service as an agency to capture young people at the bottom of the pyramid. Consequently, we are doubling enrollment to 40,000 yearly in the National Youth Service and have made it absolutely mandatory that every village, center, town, and city in Kenya is properly represented in the recruitment. To consolidate this proposition, we have directed that 80% of future recruitment to all security services, from the military, the police, KWS, Kenya Forest Service, and all other security agencies, 80% will come from the well-trained, talented, and committed young men and women who have undergone training at the NYS. Kenya finds itself continuously summoned to its duty of care to serve as a reliable anchor to our region's security, peace, and stability. We continue to answer our historic, moral, and strategic responsibilities to deploy our resources in solidarity with our region in general and our immediate neighborhood in particular. To prevent the imminent collapse of Goma in eastern DRC, which we have had would have had serious consequences for the wider East African region, we deployed our troops under the East African Community Regional Force. We have continued to anchor the fight against Al-Shabaab in Somalia under the Africa Union Transition Mission in Somalia. The Kenya Defense Forces continues to make Kenya proud, and I salute them. It is our firm position that only a democratically accountable system that is sensitive and responsive to the adverse and diverse composition of Sudan can secure that country. Given the regional interconnectedness, together with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the US, we have engaged the Jeddah process as IGAD to fashion a framework that will be best placed to successfully deliver peace in Sudan. Honorable members, our economy is firmly interconnected with regional, continental, and global economic systems. Our security and stability is likewise integrated with those of our neighbors. Kenya has a fundamental, essential, legitimate, and clear interest in conducting robust diplomacy in form of bilateral and multilateral engagements. For the last 12 months, we have continued to fulfill our international obligations through Kenya's leadership in the international arena. This is underscored by the high-level summits Kenya has hosted and participated in. Kenya successfully hosted the inaugural first-ever Africa Climate Summit. We also hosted the 43rd Ordinary Session of the Executive Council, the 5th Mid-Year Coordination Meeting of the Africa Union, and the Regional Economic Communities, and the first-ever African edition of the Berlin Climate and Security Conference in Nairobi. All these summits have brought into our country about 30 heads of state and government and over 30,000 delegates from different parts of the world. The government has made deliberate efforts to harness the immense and potential of Kenyans also in the diaspora. Indeed, I established the State Department of Diaspora in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs so that they can fully participate in the affairs of our motherland. I have committed to work collaboratively, consultatively, and collectively with the counties and all Kenyans to uphold our cherished national values as human dignity, equity, social justice, national unity, inclusiveness, integrity, good governance, transparency, and accountability. I encourage all honorable members and indeed all Kenyans to embrace an open mindset in regard to national strategic interests and to leverage on our rich heritage and diversity. One of the greatest strengths of our country is our capacity to devise bold, unprecedented solutions to our threats and challenges, create imaginative strategies to avert danger, and chart new paths to deliver us from adversity. There is no doubt that our nation has been confronted with immense pressure emanating from political misunderstandings sometimes and electoral disagreements. And it is because we have a robust democracy, which we are very proud of. Such pressure can disrupt lives and livelihoods and undermine our economy. Thankfully, Kenyans always find the moral strength and political imagination to reach across the political divide and engage in dialogue in the spirit of goodwill, fraternity, and commitment to the national interest and the welfare of the nation. It would be, honorable members, remiss of me not to mention the ongoing bipartisan process of national dialogue that has enabled our leaders to find common ground on many of the issues whose resolution will accelerate our transformation, deepen our democracy, and enhance national unity. Specifically, I thank the two co-chairs, my good brother, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, our former president, and the leader of majority in the House, Kimani Ichung'wah, for doing a wonderful job. Congratulations, gentlemen. I salute the courage and patriotism of my fellow leaders who have embraced national dialogue and engage and encourage all of us to keep up the noble work of bringing Kenyans together. There is so much to report about the progress we have made in serving the people of Kenya and transforming our economy. I have provided only a summarized highlight of the most salient instances of transformational progress in my address. It is my pleasant duty to hand to the speakers of the Houses of Parliament the three reports in full as follows: the 10th Annual Report on measures taken and progress made in the realization of the national values and principles of governance, the 10th Annual Report on progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya. Number 3, the 10th Annual Report on the state of national security. I will not hesitate to acknowledge with profound humility that a lot of the successes we have achieved in delivering the bottom-up economic transformation agenda was due to the patriotic support and solidarity from members of this House, both in the Senate and the National Assembly. We are fortunate to be attempting this ambitious historic project of radical change in a bipartisan era when dialogue, consensus, collaboration, and partnership have replaced dissent, contention, conflict, and disarray as the operating principles of political discourse. Issue-oriented politics, honorable members, is not just a democratic necessity and a pathway to sustainable transformation. It is the most effective way of mobilizing diversity for collective national good. As the world reels from the destructive assaults on democracy and the relentless subversion of human dignity, freedom reigns supreme in our land, and our democracy grows deeper and more robust by the day. Our collective resolve as a nation to further entrench constitutionalism, democracy, good governance is a unique quality, confers on us an incomparable advantage, the power to face the future without fear, to imagine a transformation that extends to posterity and envisions prosperity that benefits our children's offsprings and beyond. As long as we put the welfare of the people of Kenya as our central agenda and play our respective roles in ensuring that government is effective and accountable, efficient and transparent, Kenya's best fortunes are well within our reach. I am persuaded, honorable members, beyond any reasonable doubt, that we shall achieve transformation beyond our wildest dreams within this generation. As a leadership and as a people, we have a historic opportunity to preside over the greatest transformation and progress ever witnessed in our nation. Kenya is a nation of brave, hardworking, enterprising people who are determined to prevail in the struggle for economic freedom and win the race for prosperity. In a nation like ours, great deeds will be accomplished whenever and wherever opportunity exists. This is why the hard work we have done is already showing the promise of abundant fruit. We have laid a firm foundation for rapid development, and Kenya is no longer on the marks. The state of our nation at this moment in time is prepared, all set, and ready to go. I thank you, God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, please be upstanding. Your Excellency the President, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members, we have come to the conclusion of the business of the day, and it is now time to adjourn. The Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 14th of November 2023 at 2:30 p.m. in the Senate chamber. I thank you.
Honorable members remain upstanding. Honorable members of the National Assembly now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 14th November 2023 at 2:30 p.m. May I also take this opportunity, Excellency the President, to invite all honorable members and our guests to our reception at the Parliament courtyard. May I also request all of you honorable members and our guests to remain standing in your places until the procession of His Excellency the President and the speakers leave the chamber. I thank you.
You have been watching a special coverage of the proceedings of Parliament of Kenya, a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the Senate, where the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, has issued the State of the Nation address. This live broadcast has been brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasa. Good evening.